We are live on a Thursday edition of the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Like, subscribe. Hi, everybody. How are you? Doing good over here. Thanks for asking. I appreciate it, everybody. So Howie Roseman hasn't done anything yet today, but he might have a little bit of a mess on his hand between his current secondary and his former secondary members. We'll dive into the drama that is. A.J. Brown is tweeting away, by the way. Somebody get his phone from him. Can we please get A.J. Brown's phone as well? Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's involved. Darius Slay's involved. Unbelievable. The drama for a team that won a Super Bowl is wild. One guy's not here. The others are, I don't know if it's like a steel cage match and, guys are taking sides with everybody. I don't know what's happening here, but it needs to stop. I mean, come on. You just won the Super Bowl. Darius Slay apparently is going on way too many podcasts. I mean, it feels like if someone, Josh, how come you haven't asked Slay to be a guest on the show? I mean, you're not doing your job here. I mean, he's saying yes to everybody. You would think you would say, hey, Slay, I see you're doing some podcasts. Would you like to be a guest on the Sports Bash?
You have the very high opinion of me that I actually have a contact for him.
Hey,
he would actually get back to me.
Listen, I don't know how you get in. That's your job. Find these guys' contacts and go after them. I don't ask any of those questions. But it appears that every podcast in the country has had Darius Slay on as a guest. I don't know how they're getting his contact information.
Well, they're all friends with him.
They're digging it up somehow.
A lot of these people are like former players, too.
Yeah, I get it, Josh. I'm only kidding around here. You don't have to take it so literal. But he is doing the podcast rounds, and every day he seems to say something. And today, he essentially was kind of, I don't know if he's calling out somebody. I don't think he's calling out anybody. He essentially said something, and then Chauncey Gardner-Johnson got involved. So, my train of thought got all thrown off because Josh takes me too serious, and now I can't have fun. I have to be really literal, and sorry. I'm sorry that I brought you into this. You couldn't just have fun with it.
Well, if I ruin your fun, it's your own fault. You just want to turn on my microphone.
I didn't mean to. You pulled up to the mic, and then I felt like you were like the dog when he's waiting for a little bit of water in his bowl. I was just like, all right, I have to fill it now. But I knew you were going to take me too serious. Like, I really anticipated you finding a way. Actually, I don't think it's far-fetched to say, hey, I can find a way to get in touch with Darius. Like, he seems to be on every podcast in the world right now. You could probably get in touch with him on social media or some kind of way there. But that being said, he goes out and says something. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson basically tweets a reaction to Slay. Now, this morning, Earnshaw sent me a text with like, oh boy, and it's a text of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's tweet. To which I was like, what's this in reference to? I was like, I don't know. It's just a random, like, he's saying, hey, the last time you brought a veteran player in to replace me, you all got booted in the wild card round. So he's essentially saying, like, hey, you want to replace, like I think so I don't know what he's referencing. So apparently Darius Slay mentioned who the leaders of the team were, and he essentially said it was Reed Blankenship's team in the secondary. Am I getting this right?
So the context is, and now if we're piecing together all the different things, I don't want to lose the audience here, but basically Slay has suggested that aside from himself, that one of the guys he anticipates to step up as a leader in his absence would be Reed Blankenship.
So so was my reading this that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson took offense to that?
It seems like Chauncey is looking at it like, what about me? I'm a veteran on this team. I'm one of the guys, and like acting as if like Darius Slay like purposely like ignored or forgot about him.
So if you were Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, you personally, would you feel slighted based on, like, I mean, Slay's been on so many different podcasts. I don't even know where and when he said what and who he's taking shots at here. Is he taking shots?
He's not taking shots.
But Chauncey Gardner-Johnson felt slighted, it seems. Now, A.J. Brown is on a tweeting spree right now.
I didn't even know his Twitter was activated again.
1K always open is A.J. Brown, correct?
I mean, it was until then we were told he was hacked, and then he got it back, and then nobody knows. But
he wrote just about 20 minutes ago, Eagles community is so messy, brah. Like, y'all pick sides. It's not even your favorite player. Weird behavior, for real. And then he just basically went on some other – he said, this caption is lame. And it's a caption of Darius Slay on a podcast in which the person who clipped the video wrote, Slay went on a podcast and was sneak dissing Devontae Smith. Now, I don't even know what he said. I can't hear the audio. I'm just going through A.J. Brown's timeline 25 minutes ago. He says, this caption is lame as exclamation point. So I guess the guy is trying to get sensationalized by saying that Slay went on a podcast and was sneak dissing Devontae Smith, and that started it all. To which Brown then says, Eagles community is so messy, all this stuff. I mean, you just won the Super Bowl. Hopefully, cooler heads will prevail in this situation, right? I mean, is this how the offseason is going to start? A situation in which you're having one guy who's not even here anymore, Darius Slay, and then two guys are reacting to all of this in almost real time. Now, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, did he, delete some of the stuff that he put out there? Did he, go on a rant, get it all off his chest, and then realize to himself, oh, boy, I might have ticked somebody off here. I want to start deleting some of these things. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. That's the text board. Now, I don't listen to any of these podcasts. I don't know any of this, the Player Show podcast. So I don't really know the background of a lot of these things. I'm just kind of piecing it together through, some of the social media responses. I saw, because Earnshaw texted me, early this morning. He's got his nuggets, so he's sending them to me. And he texted me at 9 o'clock and said, oh, boy. And I said, what'd I miss? He said, CJGJ crashing out on Twitter.
Right. Because CJGJ is basically, he's one of these guys who just starts answering anybody who tweets at him.
Now, when I clicked on the tweet that Earnshaw sent me, it says the post is deleted.
He has been deleting a lot of his tweets.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So did he just get us all off his chest and then delete them all?
Well, part of what happened was there was an original tweet that CJ, let me find it. It was March 5th. Okay, so it was yesterday. At what time was the one tweet that started the bleep storm? At 9:57 a.m., it's still there, Mike. He says, you would think feelings would be mutual after a great season, but ... A twin keeping that bleep solid. To which half the world is just responding to it. And if you go through the mentions, you'll see that he starts responding to people and then deleting some of his responses afterward.
So one of his problems is he's responding to everybody.
Correct.
Okay?
That's
now,
always a mistake.
Now, it's a mistake, yes and no. It depends. If you are really taking it seriously, then that's a problem. Right? I mean, if you are answering these people with serious, anger, or you're upset, or you really are you know what I mean? I get these random people who have, fake names who don't tell you who they are. I just enjoy the back and forth. It's not even
That's because you're a sadist.
I just think it's neat that people I tell the people all the time, I don't know who you are. I'm lucky enough that you somehow know me, and I feel kind of cool that you want to reach out to me. You can be doing anything in the world at this time, and I am somehow have crossed your mind enough to reach out to me. That is awesome. Thank you so much. And I
think
always
you're giving him too much credit. Some of these people.
listen. I always thank you for. I appreciate everybody who listens and reaches out and takes the time. That is something that you have to earn. It's not just taken for granted that you're going to reach out to me. You might hate me. You might not like my show. You might not like me. You might not like my opinions. But if you still take the time, I will do my best to try to get back to you and try to answer you in a normal fashion. Now, if you're going to reach out and be a little prickly, I might be a little prickly and respond. But if he's responding in a way,
right,
like, that's different. Like, I'm just like, I'm just like appeasing. Like, here, you took the time to reach out. I will do the same for you. He is responding, though, because he's, like, mad at these people.
correct.
That's the difference.
And he's having this back and forth. Now, by the way, I went and listened to that audio you told me that about Darius Slay. He was basically asked to pick between Devontae Smith in his prime or Odell Beckham Jr. in his prime.
Okay, and what did he say?
He didn't really give an answer. He was just like, oh, man, that 2014 OBJ was pretty sweet.
Say that's not a diss.
That's not a diss at all.
No.
And literally, the 15-second clip is the guy's like prodding him on, like trying to egg him on to get an answer out of him.
I just wish, like Slay is.
Listen,
He's oversaturated himself.
if you want to say Slay is talking too much, I'm totally on board with
I will say this, and I'm not the biggest Odell Beckham fan. I think he had 3 really, really awesome years. And those 3 years, he was legit very good. And then he basically was a nothing.
And I think the person who tweeted that was trying to insinuate that Slay was picking 2014 OBJ over Devontae Smith.
Well, 2014, 2015, and 2016 OBJ are better than any 3 seasons that Devontae Smith has ever had. In fact, they are, he had 1,300 yards, 1,400 yards, 1,300 yards, and every year he had 12 touchdowns, 13 touchdowns, 10 touchdowns. He had double-digit touchdowns every single season. He had 3 legit,
amazing
legit seasons.
Yeah.
Devontae Smith has not had
that
seasons
level.
like that. Now, circumstantial. Odell Beckham didn't have A.J. Brown across from him.
Correct.
Devontae Smith. Now, I mean, we're arguing semantics here because it doesn't really matter. Could A.J. Smith have better numbers if A.J. Brown's not playing? Is he that type of receiver where if he's the number 1 receiver and the top guy that teams have to pay attention and game plan for? Whatever. But the genesis of the fact that C.J. Gardner-Johnson, A.J. Brown are, blowing up the Twitterverse or X-verse. What is it called now?
X.
Yeah, but it used to be the Twitterverse.
Twitterverse, yeah.
So
maybe
now,
it is X-verse.
Is it the X-verse?
Can we just go with that just for the heck of it? It'd be fun.
I don't know. But
I'd rather
what
call
I
it
do know,
X-verse than X.
whatever I don't know, but what I do know is that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and A.J. Brown, I don't think Darius Slay is taking shots at you or Devontae or anybody else. I think he's just, hey, I'm retired or I'm a free agent now. Now, if you're a free agent, the last thing I want to do is appear on every podcast insinuating or even putting the notion that there could be some blowback from
anything
from teammates. Because now, if they bring Darius Slay back, does this, when he walks into the locker room, is this something that is being discussed?
No, and here's all the other problem, because this is the problem with social media as well. A guy like A.J. Brown, I just double-checked, from February 22nd to today, posted no comments, no replies, no nothing. And yet now he's getting all involved in something that's a lot of nothing. And it's like, this is the problem with social media, is guys like A.J. Brown and C.J. Gardner-Johnson emboldening, empowering, and advancing these conversations that are a lot of nothing.
I don't know. Listen, without listening to what Slay said, and he's been on way too many podcasts saying way too many things.
I got the audio recorded. I'll dub it over in a moment.
I can't sit here and say that I think or know, because I don't. I haven't listened to Slay. Maybe he did disrespect or say something. I can't imagine that Darius Slay said something that was so earth-shattering that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson went on a Twitter rampage, so much so that he then had to delete it. Now, keep in mind, who is close with Darius Slay? Big Dom. right? The whole story about how Darius Slay had an offer from Baltimore and who talked Darius Slay into basically coming back, Big Dom. So did Big Dom get to C.J. Gardner-Johnson and say, yo, you need to get rid of that stuff now? This team just won the Super Bowl. We can't have a ridiculous internet fight going on. I am currently watching a show, which I'm almost embarrassed to admit, but I will anyway. You remember the guy, if you're in my age bracket, 48, somewhere in that age bracket, 50, 45, a little bit younger maybe. Back in the day, you had 90210 and you had Melrose Place, both of which I watched, by the way, religiously in my college days. No shame in saying that. Well, the guy who created those shows, Darren Star, he has a show that came out a couple years ago. It is called Younger. It was on MTV, I guess. Now it's on Netflix. So we're watching this show. It's just mindless. This girl, this guy, inner office stuff. But the premise of the show is there's a woman who's 40. She needs to fake and lie about her age to say that she's 26 years old so that she can get a job in the publishing industry. Apparently, if you're like 40 years old in that industry, you are no longer desirable. So she lies about her age. And the whole point of the story is all of these young girls she works with, they're all talking about like Twitter and Facebook, or not Facebook, but Facebook is for the old people. Twitter and Instagram and TikTok. And the 40-year-old girl doesn't know any of the references that they're all making. They're all saying these names and references and stuff. And the 40-year-old who's acting 26, and everybody thinks she's 26, she doesn't get the references. So a lot of people listening right now are probably thinking, what the heck are Chauncey Gardner-Johnson even doing? Like, seriously, you are in a X-platform war with your former teammate who could be your teammate again, and then A.J. Brown is watching it all unfold, and then he has to start reacting to it.
Well, that's what makes it ridiculous, is that the players are part of the problem here, Mike. The players are the one that's feeding this machine of mess.
And didn't it get to a point late in the season where we thought that Chauncey Gardner-Johnson had kind of like matured a little bit, because after he got thrown out of the game, he said, I realized how important that I was. And like he basically said, I can't do that anymore.
Correct.
And then here he is getting himself thrown out of the
chat.
And he thrown out of the Twitter chat.
He's being thrown out of the group chat.
I don't think this is a big deal, but it's ridiculous. It really is. Colin LBI. Guys, it sounds like CJ is the guy that is talented and helps you win, but no one really likes.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, Darius Slay has been very complimentary about CJ on his podcast.
I don't think Darius Slay has any problem. Now, I don't know the context of what was the question asked, what was answered to make CJ GJ respond in such a way.
But again, if I could just go back, the original CJ Gardner-Johnson was not even about Slay. The Slay stuff got circulated in later because of what he said about Reed Blankenship. So it was like it was originally him just being him. People responding, assuming he was talking about getting a pay raise because people thought he was responding to Saquon getting his pay raise. Then later it got circulated in the conversation about the Reed Blankenship stuff. And then he deletes half of his replies and tweets about that. So only God really knows what he was trying to say.
Yeah, like the tweet that Earnshaw sent me this morning, that's the one that I'm wondering what's in reference to.
Yeah, which one was that again? I'm looking through CJ's, like, he's deleted so many at this point. It's
Well, I can't click on it, but I can see like it says,
person?
last vet they replaced me helped y'all get the door in the wild card round 100. Remember that.
So he's probably talking about like Kevin Byard or Terrell Edmonds.
Right, but what did Slay say that made Chauncey Gardner say that? He was on, by the way, the Pick a Side podcast.
Yeah, the Pick a Side podcast is where the Devontae Smith audio came from. The only thing that I have heard or seen about Slay about anything with that might pertain to CJ is when he talked about on Slay on his podcast. Okay.
Well, hold on real quick.
Yeah.
So those of you who are on the X platform, and if you're watching the show on X today, hello, how are you? Nice to see you all. This is what Gronk said. Now, Gronk is the X platform's version of AI.
Okay.
All right. So they basically have it's trending, and it's come up as this: Eagles tension, Gardner Johnson and Slay's podcast stir. And this is what it says. Now, it says, this story is a summary of posts on X and may evolve over time. Gronk can make mistakes, verify its outputs. Okay, so it gives you that disclaimer. And this is what it says. Ready? Chauncey Gardner-Johnson has voiced his discontent following remarks made by teammate Darius Slay on Micah Parsons' podcast, where Slay's comments were perceived as not recognizing Gardner-Johnson's leadership within the Philadelphia Eagles. The incident has fueled speculation about Slay's return with the team, especially after reports confirmed the Eagles' decision to release him with a post-June 1st designation. While the exact nature of Slay's comments remains somewhat ambiguous, the situation underscores a potential rift in team cohesion. Fans are split, with some hopeful. Fans are split. People are split on stuff. Holy mackerel. Gronk got that right. Fans are split, with some hopeful for reconciliation, while others view this as a precursor to Slay's departure, possibly back to Detroit. The Eagles' defense, known for its resilience, now faces the challenge of navigating these internal dynamics as they move forward.
So when Slay was on Micah Parsons' podcast months ago, remember we criticized him for why going on a Cowboys podcast in the middle of the season?
Mm-hmm.
There were some comments made, but then CJ and him talked about it in front of me in the locker room, being like, it's no big deal. You know, you're allowed to go on a podcast, say whatever you want. So that is what I remember happening months ago. I know that audio clip got like refound and recirculated. So like,
well, this one, by the way, in October, when Slay went on the Micah Parsons, CJ Gardner-Johnson was asked about it at his locker room, in the locker room, and I think he was pretty cool with Slay.
Yeah.
But maybe he just wants Slay now to recognize him. I don't know. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson can be a little over the top sometimes. He's a little emotional.
He is a little bit disconnected from reality. You know, if you ever watch any of his, not that you would actually want to, Mike, but if anyone's ever seen the clips of his Twitch streams when he's like talking while in the middle of playing his video games, like he does say some pretty out in the nowhere stuff.
So if you're watching on the X platform at Mike Gill Show or on YouTube at Mike Gill Show, these are the screenshots of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. He says, the last vet that replaced me helped you all get the door in the divisional round. Remember that. If we need a vet that played a lot to help us, Sigh didn't learn from the last mistake. So I guess he's referring to they brought in Kevin Byard.
Correct.
All right. And somebody said, CJ GJ brought the fight we didn't have in 23. 49ers walked through the Eagles pregame, and not one person stood their ground. In 24, no team was messing with them like that. And CJ subtweeted that and said, remember that too. So he feels, to me, a little disrespected that Slay is not maybe mentioning him as a leader of the team.
But yet he's ignoring the fact that Slay numerous times. Now, again, this has been part of social media's fault, but Slay has mentioned numerous times how important CJ is to the team on his podcast, the Big Play Slay podcast. But because saying good things about people is not popular, doesn't get tweeted out.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube. At Mike Gill Show, here we are on a Thursday. The Eagles win the Super Bowl, and we have some Eagles drama. Unbelievable. Get involved on the show. A lot of ways to do it. At Mike Gill Show on Twitter. Like, subscribe on YouTube. Be a part of the show there. Coming up, an opening day preview for the Phillies. Plus, Frank Klose has the Phillies mailbag coming up live from Clearwater today at 3 o'clock. Aaron Nola looking sharp on the mound. That's coming up next on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, that's what Darius Slay said. Is that what has Chauncey Gardner-Johnson miffed? That Reed Blankenship, if he's not there, Slay, that Blankenship is a great, great leader. I don't know that's enough to get me perturbed. Maybe Chauncey Gardner-Johnson wants to be viewed as the leader. I don't know. It sounds a little petty. Is there more than that?
To me, the problem is as I said before, people only put out what is perceived as negative on social media. Nobody actually puts out anything positive. So these guys are just latching on to stuff and just taking it the wrong way, taking stuff personal.
Yeah, I think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Now, listen, I don't know how long the podcast was. I don't know how long he was on it. I don't know anything about it. If that's what he's reacting to, I think that's a little weak sauce.
Well, this is what A.J. Brown reacted to from the Pick Sides podcast. And you tell me.
It's one of the things he reacted to.
Well, the one that he subtweeted, the audio. And you tell me, are these guys just being a bunch of sensitive little you-know-whats? Take a listen.
Yeah, that's weak sauce. Now, I don't know, like A.J. Brown just tweeted again 10 minutes ago. It's like high school all over again. This isn't even my fight to fight. Y'all speculate instead of taking it with the person just said. Then go on your pages and create articles until the national media catches it. Y'all always be blaming the media, and it's really y'all. So at least he's keeping my name out his mouth.
That's plus, yeah. And by the way, that's consistent with what he has said on other interviews, A.J. Brown, is that it's, he doesn't. A.J. Brown's on a podcast, what was it, a month ago? And he said, the problem isn't the Philly media who covers the team every day. The problem is the people who don't cover the team every day.
Well, he said that, but this seems like he is taking aim at the fans to me. This seems like he is going after the fans and saying, you guys are the toxic problem here. If you're watching the show on YouTube or on the X platform, you can see this is A.J. Brown's tweet here, all right? It is up on the screen. It's like a high school all over again. He said, this isn't even my fight to fight. But this is where I said this is like a WWE match where he's the third man in the ring. It's not even his fight to fight yet. He decided to get in the ring for some reason.
Yeah, he's like Travis Scott over the weekend, just hanging out in the ring while John Cena turns heel. He's just hanging out.
Yeah, I don't know who Travis Scott is.
You know who Travis Scott is?
No.
I even know Travis Scott. He's like a
hangers on?
No, he's a music producer. He's a very famous music producer.
He's not famous enough for me to know him.
I mean,
That's not saying much. I feel like I don't want to be that guy either. It's like, I don't know this guy. I don't know that guy. I just don't know who he is.
You know who David Guetta is?
David Guetta. Yes, I think he had like a one-hit song or something.
Well, David Guetta is actually – so David Guetta was making music before he started making his own music. He was the guy behind the scenes. How's he Travis Scott? Travis Scott was the guy behind the scenes and then became like a guy out front.
Mm-hmm. I don't know who he is. I kind of recognize David Guetta's name for maybe one song. There is one song, right?
There's more than one song, but maybe there's just one song that you remember.
Yeah, there's one song that
Earnshaw will be very disappointed in you right now that you're struggling like this.
I'm disappointed in myself to some extent. I don't want to be that guy that just like.
But I feel like Travis, A.J. Brown is Travis Scott. He's just hanging in the corner of the ring while the guy's turning heel.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Cody Rhodes is like laying on the ground, and Travis Scott runs over, like sprinkles dust in his face, and runs off.
609-403-0973, Jeff and Galloway. Don't worry, AJ will be on the Patriots soon. That's not going to happen.
See, this is the problem.
I think the Patriots have moved on. I think they've already inquired about DK. They're just trying to get somebody.
See, here's the other problem. We're having a discussion about what's going on, and people in the audience are using this as an opportunity to paint these players as bad people.
Well, I think what happens is AJ is kind of showing that he's frustrated with the fans, and now the fans are firing back. That's what ends up happening.
But aren't you allowed to be frustrated?
Who, AJ?
Anybody in life. Like, why are we acting like A.J. Brown or any of these players being frustrated on social media is a signal of something?
Yeah, but we're also allowed to say, come on, dude, you're A.J. Brown, you just won the Super Bowl. You really need to go on social media to go after
Those can
What's
be
this
true.
guy's name? Jeff and Galloway. Like Jeff and Galloway, no offense to Jeff and Galloway, seems like a nice guy. I love the fact that he texts in and he's a part of the show, but should be a pimple on A.J. Brown's rear end. Like,
Should.
I mean, the guy just won the Super Bowl. Jeff and Galloway shouldn't matter to him at all. I mean, whether Jeff and Galloway likes or hates A.J. Brown, it should be insignificant to A.J. Brown. That's my point, is you get to the level where these people's thoughts, you have to be okay with the fact that some people are going to like you, some people are not going to like you. I am well aware that there are plenty of people out there who do not like me, and they don't. Maybe they know me, maybe they don't know me. There's a lot of people who've never met me before and choose not to like me based on maybe my delivery, maybe my opinions, maybe something I say, maybe the inflection in my voice, maybe the sound of my voice. You get into this knowing that that's the case, right? And then there are other people who say, man, I really like your show. You really do a good job. So is that guy right or is the other guy right?
They both could be right.
They're both right in their minds. It's just an opinion. A.J. Brown can't let that opinion get to him.
And no one should let those opinions get to you. But again, we live in a very sensitive world.
Right. But that's where Brown, I think, just needs to
He needs to go back to reading his book.
put the phone down. Yes, exactly. Did the book tell him to get on social media
Nope.
and just start lashing out on
The
people?
book tells you to get off social media.
Yeah, maybe that book was more of a show. I don't know.
I mean, he literally has highlighted passages in the thing. The thing looks red at me, so.
609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. I feel like every time I hit refresh on the X platform that there is going to be some sort of update
Something?
from I think Chauncey Gardner has
He's chilled a little bit.
I think he's retired from this conversation. I said my breakdown is this. I think Big Dom got to Chauncey Gardner and said, yo, take him down and step away.
Mike, I think A.J. Brown deleted some of his tweets because I just refreshed his feed and like half the tweets are gone.
Big Dom has gotten to A.J. Brown and said, yo, enough is enough. That's my breakdown of this.
If you could compare Big Dom to somebody, who would it be? Because he's kind of like the overlord at this point, right? Like,
I don't know enough references of like that world.
like maybe is he like in wrestling terms? Is he like the general manager of Raw? Like, what do you think he is?
I haven't watched long enough. I don't know the characters. I don't want to mess
Well,
that
I
up
mean, you know,
either.
you know the general structure. Like, it's like Vince McMahon showing up in the Attitude Era and like putting down the law.
I mean, he's obviously got a pretty big voice, and I wouldn't be surprised if Jeffrey Lurie said, hey, Dom, tell these two idiots to get off social media.
I think Jeffrey Lurie knows.
In the same vein, tell them to delete everything they just said.
I think Big Dom is acting unilaterally.
He could.
I think that Howie and Jeff trust him so much. You guys deal with it.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube at Mike Gill Show. All right, I want to get into some other things that aren't
Drama
related.
I can't believe the whole thing is scrubbed now. This is wild.
Yeah, they both scrubbed. One, that was a short-lived feud. Damn it. One, the Sixers tonight against the Celtics isn't the story. By the way, Paul George and Tyrese Maxey or Joel Embiid on a national TV audience tonight for the Sixers against the Celtics. I'm sure TNT is thrilled. But the Sixers actually have gotten something right this year. And I'll explain that next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Plus, the Phillies are in action. Is this their opening day lineup? Did they actually listen to Mike Gill? That's next. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform and on YouTube. Subscribe, like, at Mike Gill Show. All right, 247 Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Download in the Apple Store, Google Play. It's free thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle. And, of course, you can watch the show on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. A lot of people watching early on today. I like it. Appreciate it. So the Sixers got something right. Are you interested?
I am intrigued, as one might say.
Well, they sat everybody. They're all hurt now. Embiid's out, George is out, Maxi's out. But that's not what they got right.
That's more of an accident, right?
According to Crossing Broad, an email went out to the season ticket holders that said the Sixers will be bringing back the Allen Iverson era Sixers black uniforms.
Wow.
For a games next season.
That's huge.
Is that a win?
That is a massive win. That's the biggest win of the season.
Is that the first thing the Sixers have done right all season long?
I mean, at least the first thing they've done right in the last 15 months.
People have been waiting and waiting and waiting. Now, according to Crossing Broad, here is the email obtained. The Sixers email to season ticket holders says, as we prepare for next season, we're drawing inspiration from a team that personified the type of grit and tenacity required to compete for a championship. The 2001 76ers led by Allen Iverson. Throughout the upcoming season, we will celebrate the 25th anniversary of our NBA Finals team by honoring their legacy with exclusive events, themed celebrations, and special recognitions. We think you'll like the uniforms we'll wear on the court next season, too.
Smart move. Get some good vibes going. Go
well,
try to find some inspiration, they said.
Listen, it is about, because they're sending out season ticket renewals right now.
Right.
And nobody wants them. Nobody wants to see this team right now. Nobody cares.
Right.
But if I'm trying to get you to get season tickets, I have to find some hook. And if I'm going to say I'm honoring that team, which, by the way, can you believe was 25 years ago that Allen Iverson took that team all the way to the NBA Finals, only to lose to Kobe, Shaq, and the Lakers, that we are going to honor that team throughout the season with events and certain nights, and most importantly, we think you'll like the uniforms we'll wear on the court next season.
Does that mean they're going to have like a different Sixer from that team come out and ring the bell every night?
They could do something like that. They can do, listen, how many times did Allen Iverson retire? How many different special Albert and Allen Iverson nights did they have? Heck, Allen Iverson is sitting on the floor most of the nights anyway. But it's about the only thing the Sixers have been able to get right. Now, as for the Phillies, they seemingly got something right today as well. They must have read my article at 97.3 ESPN.com, in which I wrote on February the 10th about what I think the Phillies lineup should be. And today, the Phillies put out this lineup in their Clearwater matchup with the Tampa Bay Rays. And the lineup that they put out looks exactly, nope, it doesn't look exactly, it is exactly the one that I wrote about on February the 10th. And it reads, Trey Turner leading off, Bryce Harper hitting second, Alec Boehm hitting third, Kyle Schwarber hitting fourth, Nick Castellanos hitting fifth, Max Kepler hitting sixth, JT Realmuto hitting seventh, Bryson Stott hitting eighth, and Brandon Marsh hitting ninth. By the way, Nick Castellanos went deep today, followed by a Max Kepler home run. It's Kepler's second of the spring, but that is the exact lineup that I posted on February 10th, that I said the Philadelphia Phillies should roll out there for this season. And they did it today, and after days of not scoring, today they are back in the run column. No, they scored 7 runs yesterday, but it was with kind of a mishmash lineup. By the way, Buddy Kennedy from Millville went deep yesterday in his pursuit of trying to make this Phillies roster. He hit his second spring training home run. Phillies are up 3-0, by the way. By the way, what are the chances? I wrote about this at 973ESPN.com. What are the chances that two players from the same hometown and went to the same high school hit a home run in the majors in the same day?
I mean, my guess would be like 1 in 50 million.
I don't know what the actual percentages are, but yesterday, Buddy Kennedy of Millville High and Mike Trout of Millville High both hit home runs yesterday playing in Major League Baseball. And oddly enough, now it didn't happen on the same day, but Chase Petty, who grew up in Millville, played at Mainland, pitched in a game against the Dodgers, and basically dominated Shohei Ohtani. I think Mookie Betts hit a homer off him, but he was in the lineup. He gave up the one home run to Betts, and that was it. I think in 3 innings, he had 4 strikeouts. These 3 individuals all lived in the same town, not at the same time, maybe. I don't know. I don't know the yada, yada, yada. Where if they all may have lived in Millville at the same time at some point, where Trout, who's obviously the oldest of the group, then Buddy, and then Chase. Now, Chase, I know that family. They lived here in the Mainland area. They moved to Millville, then they moved back to this spot. That's why he played high school ball at Mainland. But he played like 13, 14, that's Little League at 12, 11 in Millville. How crazy is that? That 3 players right now in the majors are at that level. Now, Buddy has a chance to make the roster, but the fact that 2 guys from the same high school hit a home run on the same day in the majors, how many times has that happened?
It's absolutely wild that apparently the nexus of the baseball universe for at least a 24-hour period was Millville, New Jersey.
That is pretty wild. Think about it. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. You can watch both of the home runs from Buddy Kennedy and from Mike Trout, both last night. You can watch them on our website, 973ESPN.com. You could also watch highlights of Chase Petty's night as he dominated the star-studded Dodgers lineup in 3 innings, 4 strikeouts. You see him facing guys like Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, and he went up there and showed that he belongs. So a big day for the locals trying to make big league teams. We know Mike Trout's going to make it, but can Buddy Kennedy make the Phillies? And will Chase Petty make it to the majors this year? Those are a couple of stories in the baseball world to watch. All right, when we come back, we're going down to Clearwater. Frank Klose, Phillies mailbag, is coming up next. That was Kyle Schwarber, who said, I like hitting leadoff, but I'll bat wherever. Well, he's hitting fourth today. Frank Klose is in Clearwater, where the Phillies are up 3-0 in the seventh inning. And he joins us now for another edition of Frank Klose's Phillies Mailbag here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. He's got sunny skies behind him as the Phillies and the Rays are down there at Baycare Ballpark. Frank, what's going on, man? And there was Kyle Schwarber saying, I like hitting leadoff. I feel comfortable there. How confident and comfortable are you to say that he will not hit leadoff this year?
I think I'm pretty confident. I think if you look at last year's failures, I guess, so to speak, with the lineup not able to function that well down the stretch, to me it was you had Bryce Harper hitting early, you had Schwarber 2 ahead of him, and then nothing beyond number 3 in the lineup from the left side. Part of it was that Bryson Stott didn't have that great a year. So I think you need to split up those lefties a little bit more. And by batting Schwarber fourth and Harper second, it's a little bit more balanced in that lineup. So I think with the likes of Max Kepler, who just joined the Phillies, and hopefully a rebound from Bryson Stott, that will make that lineup that much better.
Is the lineup that they put out there today, Frank? They had Turner, Harper, Bohm, Schwarber, Castellanos, Kepler, Realmuto, Stott, Marsh. Is that the one we think we'll see in Washington on March the 27th?
That would be my best guess. They did just that. They batted Harper second. They batted Schwarber fourth. And you saw JT Realmuto batting a little bit further down in the order. Alec Bohm split up those lefties earlier in the lineup. I think this is what you're going to be seeing come opening day, or at least as of now. I think they're kind of lining it up as you get a little bit deeper into the spring training as we are now. I think they're setting this up to sort of be the lineup. Now, if they don't like what they see, they can change their mind, but I think this is it.
Yeah, Trey Turner, by the way, led off in 2019 for the World Series champion Washington Nationals. What kind of indication, Frank? He's been on some interviews recently, MLB Network, kind of asked about it. Do you get the sense that Turner, maybe he won't come out and say, yes, that's where I want to hit, but do you get the sense that that's what he would feel most comfortable doing?
Well, if you look at a lot of his success, it's come in that role. Now, back when he got traded to the Dodgers, he hit second, I think, a lot of the time, maybe more so than leadoff. So he has excelled in other spots. But I think that one of the reasons the Phillies signed him was to give him that speed at the top of the order. So they're getting that if he is in the leadoff spot. And I personally like to see that speed in that leadoff spot, especially with Harper behind him. He can get on base, he could steal a base. And the next thing you know, you have Bryce Harper coming up, who's your best hitter with a runner in scoring position. So I think it just makes too much sense not to do it. Now, his slow start with the Phillies kind of made them go back to Kyle Schwarber hitting in the leadoff spot because that's what had worked the year before. But I think that this is the lineup that they envisioned when they signed Trey Turner in the first place, which I think is why you're going to see him there now.
Frank Klose, 97.3 ESPN.com, is down in Clearwater. You can hear him at Baycare Ballpark where the Phillies are taking on the Rays. It's 3-0 Phillies. Let's get a quick thought on that game. Aaron Nola today, give me your impression from the press box on what you saw from Nola. He was excellent today, and it was really sharp for his second spring start.
Yeah, sharp was the word that I would use myself, actually. But 3 smooth innings, 2 hits, 1 walk. I thought he did very well. It looked like he was in mid-season form. He cut his hair, so he looks a little different, but that's that same Aaron Nola wind-up that you're used to, and he looks like he is in mid-season form.
Another thing from today, Frank, you got to see the first home run from Nick Castellanos, but the second home run from Max Kepler. A lot of people not excited about Kepler. Is that something that, I don't know that people know a lot about Kepler, right? He came over from the Twins. He was hurt last year. But is this a guy that you think could be, I don't want to say a difference maker, but can he be somebody that really helped this lineup? I think a lot of people are not excited about this signing.
Hey, he's a really solid player. He has a nice bat, nice contact. You're already seeing some of it this spring. And he provides some nice defense for you, too. Now, last year, the Phillies didn't get a lot out of Austin Hayes after the trade. They didn't get a lot out of the lineup when both Brandon Marsh and Johan Rojas were playing every day, or when they would try to mix in Christian Pache. So this is a solid bat for their lineup. As I mentioned earlier, the Phillies didn't get a lot from the lefties in the lineup later on in the lineup. He should provide some balance there. Now, they're not signing him to be a slugger, but they're looking to get a nice content hitter who does get on base enough and can do a few things for them. So I think he's a really nice addition from that standpoint. Now, would I like to see a power bat, the likes of Juan Soto, in a lineup like this? Well, of course. So he's not that, and he's not that. But he is a very nice piece in this Phillies outfield, and it helps clear up the center field situation too. So if it's Brandon Marsh a lot of the time, and also some Johan Rojas, you feel better that they're sharing a position rather than each playing at the same time.
All right, we'll get into the mailbag questions in just a second with Frank. You brought up the outfield situation there. Bryce Harper, told Ken Rosenthal that he'd be okay playing the outfield, and one of the things was, hey, if we can go out and get Pete Alonso, something like that, yeah, I go out and play the outfield. Is that something, though, that the Phillies might look at the trade deadline now? Does that open another avenue for them to add a bat possibly, at the deadline?
Hey, the flexibility is always nice. You heard them talk a lot about flexibility with Kyle Schwarber playing some first base, with JT Realmuto possibly playing some outfield. It's always good to have more options. And so if they find themselves at the trade deadline in need of a bat, and a bat could fit there, then maybe that's a conversation that they'll have. But I think the discussion probably was that Bryce Harper was suggesting to the Phillies that they try to sign Pete Alonso. On the heels of an Eagles Super Bowl where they signed a star out in New York who helped them win a Super Bowl, maybe he was thinking the same kind of thing for the Phillies, that they could steal another player out of New York and help make a difference with the World Series championship here in Philly. But I think that was tied to him sort of suggesting that maybe they look into Pete Alonso. And by the way, Pete Alonso, we're going to make $30 million this year. I don't know if that was in the cards for the Phillies, but a guy like Harper, who's a guy who's always trying to help his team get better, he would think something like that.
All right, let's dive into some mailbag questions from our listeners and readers of 97.3 ESPN.com. These are questions that you guys sent to Frank Klose. He is in Clearwater with the Phillies today. It's 3-1 now. The Rays just got on the board there in the 8th inning. CJ, let's get CJ's question up here because a lot of people want to know this, not just CJ. Is the Taijuan Walker experiment officially over? Frank, what are we learning about him in spring training, about his future and potentially this season?
Well, I would say quite the opposite. I think Phillies fans, they were watching the Phillies and Orioles on Sunday while their other half of their squad was in Dunedin playing the Blue Jays. And Taijuan Walker did give up a home run. And I think that's what people got out of that on social media. In fact, he gave up the home run to Dalton Varsho, the son of former Phillies interim manager and bench coach Gary Varsho, named for Darren Dalton, by the way. But it actually wasn't a bad pitch. And Dalton Varsho is a pretty nice player. So the takeaway from his start in Dunedin was actually that he looked pretty good. His velocity is up a good 4 to 5 miles per hour from this time last year, which is very, very encouraging. He's a guy who relies on a fastball and a sinker and the deception that comes from switching back and forth. And that was actually working for Taijuan Walker on Sunday in Dunedin. So when you talk about an experiment, I don't know that that's the case. I think Phillies went into spring training wondering what they had from Taijuan Walker, because if he did not get his velocity back, he might not be able to help the team very much. But if he does, and so far it's looking pretty good, he's somebody that could help the Phillies team. Now, granted, all 5 rotation spots seem to be full. It does not seem to be a clear spot for Taijuan Walker in the Phillies rotation. The Phillies do likely have a spot in their bullpen, though, and as we all know, you never always need more than 5 starters in any given year, and that there is never enough pitching in Major League Baseball. So while I think the likes of CJ might have been a little turned off of Taijuan Walker from his performance last year, he might be able to help the Phillies after all, and I think you'd want to root for somebody to do well. And so far, so good for Walker. A lot more to spring to go, a lot more to see, but the reports
Frank,
are
is
positive.
he a guy with that contract he has this year and next year at $18 million a year? Is that a guy that any team that's, just desperate for a back-end pitcher, would they take on that salary? I'm assuming the Phillies would have to probably eat the money. But would anybody even be interested in that situation? To say, hey, Phils, Taiwan Walker's a guy, or is that contract just so absurd?
Well, you probably would either have to eat a lot of money, or in which case, if he's pitching well, you might just want to keep him. Our friend Scott Lauber from Philadelphia Inquirer, he had an idea of making a trade with the Mets for Starling Marte, another high-priced player who might not necessarily fit into the Mets' plans like he used to. So I think if you have a trade, it has to be one of those situations where you take some money back, bad contract for bad contract. But hey, if he's pitching well, the Phillies can use that.
Yeah, good luck with that, right? If he's pitching well. I don't know when he's going to get the opportunity unless he makes it as a long man. We'll see. All right, Greg has a question that a lot of people are asking as well. Why should Philly fans go into the season think they can get over the hump and contend to win a World Series? You got teams like the Dodgers. The Mets have gotten better. The Braves have gotten better. You got the Padres who are going to be in the mix there. The Phillies really didn't do much. We talked about Kepler. We really haven't talked about Luzardo much, but why should fans be excited about this team this season?
I think we're at the point now where Phillies, this World Series or bust, right? Not making the playoffs as the goal exists anymore in this town. So, when you kind of think about who the Phillies added, who the Phillies moved on from, they lost Austin Hayes, they lost Jeff Hoffman, they lost Carlos Estevez, and they lost Spencer Turnbull, and they replaced them with Max Kepler, Jesus Luzardo. So they lost the bullpen arm, but gained the starting rotation arm. Added Jordan Romano and swingman Joe Ross. If you just match up each player for player, you could say, the Phillies improved in the outfield. They improved by adding a nice starting pitcher for one of the bullpen spots. You could say that they improved in the Turnbull spot because Turnbull wasn't healthy. And you could, if you just kind of go move for move, it does look better in that sense. But also, too, I think it is fair to say that the bullpen, maybe there's a little bit more of a question there compared to last year, because they lost two arms and really only one replaced of the Hoffman-Estevez duo. But, when you look at how the Phillies relate to the other teams, especially in the National League East, the Braves actually did really not do that much. In fact, Jim Bowden in The Athletic called the Braves offseason pretty much a failure. They really signed just Jurickson Profar, and they lost several players too. They lost Max Fried, starting pitcher. They lost Charlie Morton. They lost reliever A.J. Minter. They lost catcher Travis d'Arnaud. They traded Jorge Soler with really nobody to replace him. And meanwhile, Spencer Strider and Ronald Acuna Jr. are not going to be ready for the season. So we're talking about how the Phillies match up with the NL East. The Braves seem to be taking a step back. Mets, of course, added Juan Soto. That's a really big add for the New York Mets. But other than that, they've kind of treaded water a little bit. They did sign Sean Manaea to replace Jose Quintana, and to replace himself. Frankie Montas to replace Jose Quintana, and already Montas is injured. So, the Mets have some holes. I think that's fair to say.
The one thing the Braves last year had a lot of injury issues. They're banking on a lot of those guys coming back healthy this year.
They aren't, but they're not going to be ready at the start of the season. So, at least in terms of the National League East, the Phillies could be in a position to do pretty well in the division. Now, of course, you mentioned the Dodgers. The Dodgers just got better and better. That's going to be a hard team to beat. But, the Phillies do have a pretty good team. You got to hope that the veterans still continue to progress along. That the age doesn't catch up to too many of them. But I will also say this, too. You saw the fall off of Alec Boehm down the stretch. You saw Bryson Stott have a down year, and you saw Ranger Suarez have a tough second half. If they can do a little bit better each, the Phillies probably end up doing a little bit better than last year. But it's kind of hard to improve upon a 95-win team.
Here's a question from Glenn, who's watching the show on YouTube. He says, "We would love to see who the actual closer is. One guy. Who is it? You might have saw him today. He threw an inning. Is that the actual closer?"
Well, yeah, Jordan Romano. And by the way, I've learned today that he pronounces it Romano, not Romano, like Ray Romano. It's Romano. But Jordan Romano was the guy that the Phillies signed to maybe fill that role. Last year they didn't really necessarily have a true closer. If you're looking for a lockdown closer, they're not going to have that. What you've seen Rob Thompson do in his tenure as Phillies manager is to try to make the matchups as best as he can. And you're probably going to see a lot of that this year. You're going to see Jose Alvarado and Matt Strom come in to take care of some left-handed hitters. You're going to see from the right side probably Romano and Orion Pickering, the first two ones out of that back end from the right side. But yeah, that is the one place where I thought the Phillies definitely left some question marks. But if you look at the bullpen, it's pretty set already. You have Alvarado and Strom that I mentioned. They also have Tanner Banks from the left side, who they acquired last year at the deadline, and with Romano Kirkering and Jose Ruiz and also Joe Ross, who pitched today, who's going to be kind of that swingman role. Joe Ross could end up getting some big outs as well too in that time. So there's really just one spot left in that bullpen, and could be Walker, could be one of the other arms competing for a spot right now. So there's really, I guess they didn't think that they really needed to add anybody else at this point, but you'll probably see them do what they did last year and other years, which is add an arm if they need it in the bullpen. Last year they got an all-star closer in Carlos Estevez. So
yeah, and by the way, it sounded like Rob Thompson said today that when Andrew Painter's ready, they'll go to a 6-man rotation. They're not going to put Suarez or somebody in the bullpen. So don't be thinking that, hey, one of these starters might get bounced to the bullpen. It sounds like they're going to go with a 6-man rotation late in the season. All right, Glenn is watching on YouTube. Thanks for that on the X platform. Glenn is watching on the X platform. Dan, mailbag question. Who's more likely to come, Crawford or Miller? And what's the likelihood they play meaningful games in October? Now, both of those guys got sent back to the minor league complexes, so they will not make the team. We did not think that would happen. But Crawford, Miller, did the team see enough from them in spring training to think that they could help them down the road this year?
Yeah, I think they saw a lot of good things out of both of those players, but of course they need some more development. This is a question that kind of comes up a lot, which of the two might do it. Now, I've said in the past, and I still kind of contend that Crawford has a better path to the major leagues. The fact that he's a center fielder, the fact that center field isn't totally locked down. I mean, it mostly is for the Phillies, but he might have a better path to the Phillies. But I want to add another thing too. Gabriel Rincones Jr. still continues to look pretty good. He's, besides hitting some home runs and showing off the power that he has, he used his arm in right field yesterday in Lakelands, which was a little impressive there. So I'm kind of thinking that Rincones might enter this chat as terms of somebody that could come up sooner than later. He might even begin perhaps at AAA. I kind of thought he'd be pegged for AA, but he's 24 years old, which means he's had some experience at the college level, and he's kind of ahead of them, the other two that were drafted out of high school. So I'm really liking what I see from Rincones, and I think he might be the one that just start to look at it and say, okay, well, maybe he could make a difference on this Phillies team. I think it's true with a lot of these. An injury could change the whole circumstance. If there's an injury to a core player, they might decide to go to one of the rookies rather than turn the position over to one of the bench bats. So you never know in this game. People get hurt. You never know what's going to happen. But so far, I just want to add that I really like what Rincones has shown so far this spring, and he will be participating in the spring breakout next week, along with the big name prospects. So I just posted on 97.3ESPN.com about the roster the Phillies will play for the spring breakout game. I think that's going to be a really interesting game to watch. So I know fans are really interested in those prospects. That game's actually going to be broadcast on Philadelphia television, so they'll have the opportunity to watch that.
By the way, Buddy Kennedy just drew a walk. I want to get your take on this. I don't know if you have the answer, but if you could do the research, maybe, Frank. Buddy Kennedy and Mike Trout both homered yesterday. When was the last time two guys from the same high school hit a home run in the majors on the same day?
I do not know the answer to that, but I mean, of course, that's pretty cool for South Jersey. Now, my big question is, who do we refer to as the pride of Millville now? Is it going to be Buddy Kennedy now?
Well, I think 3 American League MVPs, 11 All-Stars might have the seesaw going towards Trout. But Kennedy, his shot of making the team, he had another home run yesterday. He's played second, he's played first, he's played third, he's played left. Is he the favorite for the last spot on that roster?
I think he's looking pretty good for it right now. That versatility matters. You saw with Juan Soto. Excuse me, Juan Soto. Juan Soto. I'm getting all tongue-tied
Edmundo
out here.
Sosa.
Edmundo Sosa. Oh my.
Frank's been
Played
at
the outfield a
the
couple
Frank's
twice.
been at the Frank's been at the Tiki Bar. It's
No,
no, I'm just kidding.
I have not. I swear, I've been a good boy with Diet Coke in the press box today. But Edmundo Sosa, of course, played in the outfield a couple times this spring. The Phillies are really focusing on making those bench spots count. Cody Clemens, Edmundo Sosa, Buddy Kennedy, those are the ones that seem to be best in line for bench opportunities because of their versatility. So I think you're going to see him bounce around the diamond. The fact that he played in Lakeland yesterday and Buddy Kennedy's playing again today, I think that's a sign they really want to see what he can do. So he's going to have all the opportunity in the world to seize here.
When you go to the Tiki Bar, get a Copperhead? I think that's the name of one of the IPAs down there. It's the Copperhead. Copper Tail. There you go.
That's a brewery in Tampa, and they have a lot of really good beers.
Yeah.
So I
They carry them at the Tiki Bar.
I did notice they had a couple of them in another one of the places too, but I have not consumed anything, food or drink, on the premises yet.
No Manco and Manco. No pizza?
That Manco is here, yeah.
Yep.
But
Yep.
I haven't eaten anything yet here today, despite being here all day. But I will this weekend. This weekend, I'm going to enjoy a couple games with some of my friends.
Yeah, where else will you be the rest of the week here for people to follow you on X platform at Frank Klose?
Well, there's too many things I like to do, but I think a priority is to get to Safety Harbor. There are a couple breweries there. Crooked Thumb is one of my favorite ones, which is in Safety Harbor. I think that's the plan for tonight. Actually, we're going to try to hit the beach area tomorrow when the Phillies are away, and definitely the Clearwater Bait House. Right, that's going to be one of our one of our favorite stops, and we're going to try to get to the to see sundown, probably from Shepherd's. They have really nice patio, nice and recovered from the hurricane now. So we're probably going to check out the sundown there. And then Saturday, we still have to figure out where we're going to go. But there's too many things to pick from, Mike.
So is this the only game you're making to?
I'm going to go to both games on the weekend. But
okay, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Which other games will you be at? I know they're not home every single day, but there's some, like, I'm going down. The Phillies playing Dunedin on that Friday, so I'm going to go to Dunedin on Friday to watch them. And then on Sunday, they'll be at home. So I'll go Friday, Sunday to watch when I'm down there.
Yeah, I'm going to be I'll be on the berm with my family and friends on Saturday and Sunday. So I'm going to soak up the sun. And oh, yeah,
absolutely. Get yourself a Coppertail. Get yourself a Coppertail.
I can promise you I sure will be having a Coppertail on Saturday.
I know I saw Todd Zalecki. He was on with us yesterday. I saw him doing Macnow's beer show. I didn't realize he was like such a beer aficionado.
I got to get on that show, Mike. You got to get on that show. We got to find a way.
Yeah, come on, man. I mean, geez. I'm giving you recommendations from the studio here today. Coppertail back there at the bar. All right, buddy. Frank Klose is in Clearwater with the Phillies today. They lead 3-1. Bases are loaded. With one down in the 8th inning. So we'll see what happens here. All right, Frank, take care, man.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, there's a live update from Clearwater on the Phillies. And, of course, Phillies baseball back. A lot of questions there. I like the lineup they put out there today, as we mentioned, with Turner, Schwarber in the 4-hole, Harper hitting 2 today, Bohm hitting 3. That is a couple of changes that they did. It's the first time I think they put that lineup out all season, all spring, I should say. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. The Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. And, of course, you can follow and watch the show there. You can download the free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. All right, when we come back, more Sports Bash on the way, including what could be next for the Eagles. The drama, I'm over. Howie, focus, back there. Let's get in on that. Because yesterday they signed Bond, the day before Barkley. Could there be another B on the way back to the Birds? That's next. This is the Sports Bash. All right, 331 Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. If you're watching on the X platform and YouTube today, a lot of people commenting, watching on X and YouTube. See a big audience today, people watching, catching on. At Mike Gill Show, hit the like button, hit subscribe. Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mekhi Becton, according to reports, prefers returning to Philadelphia. What does that mean? I don't know. Does that mean that he could be next before Monday? If you're Mekhi Becton, you were in New York with the Jets. You've got a taste of what one of the worst franchises is like. Do you want to take that chance again? You know what I mean? Like, you have been to the depths, the lowest of lows in the NFL. The New York Jets. There is no place worse to go, essentially. I mean, Vegas, Cleveland, New York, the Jets. Those three are perennial losers. You've been there. Do you want to take a chance of going back there for a couple of $1 million? What's the threshold for Becton? Now, according to some reporting, Becton is being viewed around the league as a guard that can play tackle. You know, when this first started, the one question was, are teams going to say, hey, we want you to play tackle for us, and if you play tackle, you can make more money. But if most teams around the league are looking at you as a guard, what kind of money can Mekhi Becton really generate different from what Philadelphia can give him? Now, I don't know what Philadelphia's offer is going to be, obviously, but are they going to try to lock him up for a little bit below market value to set the market for the guard market like they just did with Zach Bond? That is something I think the Eagles do so well. They set the market sometimes. They say, all right, we'll give you 3 years and X amount of $1 million. And this way, Becton never gets to the market. He never hears the deals, or I'm sure his agent has obviously some ideas. But I would not be surprised if Mekhi Becton is the next guy the Eagles go after, because I think they're pretty much resigned to the fact that they're going to lose Milton Williams and Josh Sweat. But we bring back Bond and Becton, and we feel like we can draft and replace the two guys we lose in free agency.
And that kind of goes to the whole Howie Roseman ethos, right? Is that, hey, I know the positions I need, so I'm going to prioritize to bring those guys back, and I'm just going to draft everybody else. The idea that, hey, you look at a guy like Josh Sweat, if he goes out into the market and gets, let's say, $20 million a year, it's like, well, I can find somebody else to replace that guy.
Well, like there's edge rushers. Obviously, everybody's speculating about Myles Garrett. That's one. The other guy, by the way, Javon Hargrave just got released today. So he's a free agent. That's a hashtag no, right, from the John McMullen school. You got a guy who's basically at the end of the line,
right,
released. Now, could he be a rotational player for you? The problem with him as a rotational player, Javon Hargrave, is he's more of a pass rushing specialist.
Right. He's not really a run-stopping guy.
No, he's more of a guy who can sack the quarterback. And by sacking the quarterback, part of it is having the quickness, that type of stuff. Like having the ability, that first step, that explosion to get by your man and get behind the line of scrimmage. I don't know, what the problems were with Hargrave in San Francisco. He had some injury issues when he was here as well. But
he had some injury issues there too, and he fell out of rotation, basically. He was a guy that because of the injury issues, he kind of became less and less valuable.
Yeah, I don't know what Hargrave got a 4-year, $84 million deal with the Niners a couple of years ago. He got released today by San Francisco. How old is he now? I mean, when he signed with Philadelphia in 2020, he was 27, so he's got to be, 32 years old now. And, 32, he could still be a rotational something, but don't think – now, the question is, if you lost Milton Williams, can he fill in for that role?
I don't think so, because I think that you just said it. He is a pass rushing guy, whereas Milton could play all three downs if you needed him to.
Yeah, but my point would be this. Okay, could you bring him in to be the rotational pass rushing guy, and then you have Moro Ojomo, who's maybe the rotational run stuffing guy? Like, could you fill that role with two? The problem is, Hargrave he might get looks to be a starting player somewhere.
Correct. And I think that's where it's like, would he be willing to take a lesser role if he can get a bigger role elsewhere?
609-403-0973 on the text board, 609-403-0973. I like that. Garrett Wilson deserves to be an Eagle because he plays for the Jets and has been miserable, and he's a heck of a teammate, I guess, right? But that's why if I'm Mekhi Becton, I'm not taking a chance to go unless you blow me away. You got to really blow me away to make me say, all right, you twisted my – it's like, hey, man, do you want to go to – I don't know. Where's a place that Mekhi Becton could be, that somebody could say, hey, you want to come here? Like the other day, for instance, I suggested that Dallas needs an offensive lineman. Now, if the Cowboys said, hey, Becton, you want to come here and play guard?
They need one.
Now, I know. That's what I'm saying. They have no state income tax.
Right.
So there's even more money involved for you.
Right. So, like, for
how
example,
much more extra money would you have to get to go say, yeah, you know what, I'll go play for Dallas?
Like, what is the threshold of, like, hey, if you give me this much more money, then I'll move?
Do we have a, what is it, Over the Cap or one of those websites?
I'm pulling up Spot Track right now.
That has the market value for him. Not that they're gospel or anything, but it's fun to play along.
It's a good gauge.
Yeah, I mean, is he in the 3-year? I don't know what the going rate for a guard is right now. Like interior offensive linemen are getting paid more than they did not too long ago. So if you are the Dallas Cowboys, I mean, can you say, hey, we're just going to make it to where the Eagles offer just isn't good enough for you? And what is that offer? I don't know. Don't know what Philadelphia's offer even could be or what it might be.
So according to Spot Track, they are projecting that his calculated value would be about $10 million per year over 4 years. So a 4-year, $40 million contract. So then the first question is that a contract that Mike Gill says the Eagles would take?
Yeah, that I don't know. Do they even have the ability to do that with the fact that you also have to pay Juergens? You've already paid Landon Dickerson, Jordan Mailata, Lane Johnson. Do you feel that you could plug Steen in there at his price and get similar value, or $10 million for Becton?
Now, for comparison, Dickerson, his AAV, his average annual value of his contract, is $21 million.
That's a lot of money.
So
if you're if you're
Dickerson's
Becton,
current contract,
yeah, if you're Becton, do you look at the guy playing left guard saying he's got $20 million?
I got $10 million.
You're only giving me $10 million, or does he say, you know what? I've been to New York. I've been with the Jets. I don't need that again.
Well,
$10 million is sufficient for me.
It goes back to the conversation we had yesterday. You look at guys like T.J. Hushmanzada and Dan Orlovsky, who both played for horrible organizations. And they're saying the Eagles are a great organization to play for. So you wonder if Becton got the same idea, being like, I've been to the bad side of the mountain. I'm never leaving.
I've been to the depths of the valley. I don't want to do that
good
again.
Here. I don't want to go back.
Could Bob Myers be in line to fix the Sixers? Say what? That's next. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Like, share, subscribe.
Bob Myers and the Sixers do have mutual interest. So then as that person was talking to me, I said to them, well, what about Brooklyn? Because I had heard some things about Brooklyn, particularly with Sean Marks and just the direction of the team. And they said, yeah, that's interesting. That's cute. But I see Philadelphia growing steam as the season goes along.
That is NBA insider Brandon Scoopy Robinson, who was a guest on Game Night last night right here on 97.3 ESPN, insinuating that Bob Myers and the Sixers. Now, the link is obvious. This isn't a tough one. But is he really interested in coming back to the NBA? Bob Myers works NBA games, ESPN. He does studio work, some games. But he has been Josh Harris's right-hand man in the building consulting of the Washington Commanders. So Bob Myers has been helping Josh Harris. Where could it get to where Josh or Bob say, hey, man, this has to happen. I need you to help my basketball team. Or Bob says, hey, man, I'm here to help your basketball team. Is it even a possibility, as Scoop B told Josh last night, it's more than Bob Myers. He is more than just a consultant to Josh Harris.
Because of Bob Myers' role as a consultant with the Washington Commanders. And I'll just tell you, Bob Myers is a guy that knows everybody. He's very well connected, very well sourced, and very well respected.
Yeah, Bob Myers, for those of you who are like, who the hell is Bob Myers? He was the general manager of the Golden State Warriors. He gets the credit for not only building that Warriors organization, but the culture of Golden State as a championship organization. Not just a team, but a championship culture. That's what Bob Myers is kind of credited with. Now, Myers stepped down. He left the Warriors organization. Some people believe is because he didn't want to have to make the decision on what to do with Klay Thompson. You know, when that whole situation came up, he just could not, he wanted to kind of detach himself from making that decision and said, hey, listen, I built this. We won championships. It's time for me to move on. But as Scoop B talks about, he gets the credit for what Golden State was.
Today's NBA, the Golden State Warriors still are the gold standard for winning in the same way that the Chicago Bulls were in the 90s with Michael, Scottie, Dennis Rodman, and whatever, iteration of teams that you looked at during those 6 championships under head coach Phil Jackson. I think Bob Myers is revered in a way when you looked at The Last Dance with the Bulls, their GM wasn't looked at the same way.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Jerry Reinsdorf was not looked at anywhere close. Jerry Krause, excuse me. Jerry Krause. Who's Jerry Reinsdorf?
The owner.
Oh, he was the owner of the Bulls. Jerry Krause.
They both had
was
the name
GM,
Jerry, yeah.
He was despised by the team. And listen, Bob Myers is still around the NBA. Even though he's consulting Josh Harris with the Commanders, he still has the pulse of the NBA, very similar to how Bill Belichick did the media tour. Now, Belichick got fired, went to the media to kind of dip his toe in there. But it's not like Myers didn't get fired. He walked away, but he kept his toe in the NBA water.
Having television experience on ESPN currently, sitting next to the Stephen A's, the Malika Andrews, the Kendrick Perkins, and Shams Charania and all those guys, I think has its perks there. So it keeps you in constant repetition of focus. Kind of similarly, in my druthers, Bill Belichick had at ESPN before ultimately taking the job at North Carolina as their new head football coach there.
So does Bob Myers want to get back in the NBA game? Who knows? I mean, there is no evidence that he wants to do that unless, as Scoop is saying, there's reports that he's interest. I'm not going to say he's right, wrong, or indifferent. This just seems kind of connecting the dots of Bob Myers works with Josh Harris. This team's a disaster. What did you take from your conversation with Scoop B?
One of my biggest takeaways was the idea that, Bob Myers, if he does come back to the NBA, it would be specifically be with a Josh Harris-owned team. The idea that because he already has this relationship.
Well, that limits it to one team then.
Right. So
I mean,
because one of the things he talked about with me, he says like, hey, there were rumors about all these other teams, but it's looking like if Harris does do this, it's specifically the Sixers he would be interested in. So I ask you, Mike, if Bob Myers does come to the Sixers, what does that mean moving forward?
well, it depends. It means either A, they're so disenchanted with the guy that they coveted in Daryl Morey and that they've given up on him. It also could mean, does Bob Myers want to go day to day back in the NBA? Could he not also consult the Sixers?
He could.
I mean, he's a consultant with the Commanders. He's not the general manager,
Right.
but he has a voice. He is a consultant, and I don't even know what that means. What is he consulting? I don't know. What's his football background? Does he consult on player personnel?
So
is he more on the finance? I have no clue.
So his job when he was brought in by Josh Harris was to help with the operations of the team, like team management, organization operations, because they basically overhauled the entire Washington organization.
So obvious he would be much more hands-on or have the ability to be much more hands-on with the Sixers. I mean, he has a basketball background. He built these Warriors teams. So could Josh Harris ask him to just help, consult, or does he want him to take over the whole team? Listen, there is no evidence that they are ready to move on from Daryl Morey. And quite frankly, I don't think they are ready to move on from Daryl Morey, all because they decided to give Joel Embiid this contract, which the owner has to sign off on. The owner could say, no, I'm not doing that. He had to be convinced to do it as well. So if you're saying, I'm firing you for a decision that I signed off on, you're essentially saying you as the owner also made the mistake.
Could the conversation, remember Shams had the report over the weekend about how Embiid went to Josh Harris to talk about his knee. Could that conversation between the owner and the star player be a catalyst in any of this?
I have no evidence that Joel Embiid dislikes Daryl Morey.
I didn't say that, but I'm saying it is a catalyst to say.
But the catalyst
hey,
of that
owner,
would be Embiid saying Morey has to go.
Well, the report is that there was a disconnect all year between Embiid and the team doctors, right? So is there something else maybe larger in the organization at foot of a disconnect?
Goes back to, does Joel Embiid said, I've lost confidence in Daryl Morey. There's no evidence of that. I don't. Why would he? Daryl Morey gave him a contract. I mean, why would Joel Embiid say, there's no evidence that that Joel Embiid is done with Daryl Morey.
So what you're saying is there's not enough smoke out there for you to look at Morey as being in trouble.
No, just fan speculation because they said, why would you give Joel Embiid that contract? And for Joel Embiid to get that contract, it's not a one-man band. I mean, Daryl Morey doesn't hold Josh Harris's feet to the fire and say, sign this or else. That's a collaborative effort. Not to mention, it's a collaborative effort. Josh Harris, by many reports, got Dr. J to go to Paul George's house. That's not one man acting on his own. So Josh Harris has to feel some, somewhat a part of why the team made those decisions, right? I mean, he has to say, hey, listen, I was part of why we made some of the decisions, so therefore I can't hold you accountable for them. And that's why I don't think Daryl Morey seems to be in any trouble. How is Zach Bond going to help this team's defense next year? Football and Four is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. You heard Jeffrey Lurie there in the open. That hunger for more. We're never satisfied. So what's next? They got Saquon Barkley. They got Zach Baun back in the fold. Andrew DiCecco from the Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. And Andrew, obviously, I want to get your thoughts on the decision to bring back, extend Barkley. And obviously, a lot of people buzzing about this. 2-year extension for Saquon Barkley. People say we had actually a lot of text messages of people saying, why did you do this? Why didn't you see, he had 2,000 yards. Is he ever going to have more than 2,000 yards? Are you paying him for past performances? But what did you think of Philadelphia's decision to first target Barkley?
Hey, Mike, how you doing? It's one of those things where I think it sets the Eagles organization apart from so many in that they have proven that they're going to reward elite performance. He exceeded expectations. He ran his way into the history books. And obviously they just signed him to a 3-year, $37.5 million contract less than a year ago. But I think that they just rewarded players. And I don't think that there's any coincidence that the Eagles had that extension a week before free agency. It's really an indicator to prospective free agents. Hey, look, you sign with us. This is what we're going to do. We're going to take care of you if you take care of what you're supposed to do. So I just think that it really speaks to the Eagles organization and how they do things and why they've become a destination.
Yeah, so that's the first move. Obviously, they target Barkley, 2 more years for Barkley, so he's in the fold. Then yesterday, a 3-year, $51 million deal. Both of these guys got over $30 million at signing here. Give us your breakdown of Baun, this deal, and why he was so impactful to their defense that Howie Roseman did something he's not known to do, pay a linebacker.
Yeah, the money's great. I mean, I think I had him pegged anywhere from between 16 to 18 million. He 17 million. So that's right on par. He's being paid as the 4th most off-ball linebacker, 4th highest salary for an off-ball linebacker, which is probably right around where you expect a player who did it for 1 year. But he should have been, and he was, the top of the Eagles' priority list. And the Eagles have tried for many years to find a competent linebacker, whether it's through the draft, whether it's trying to piece it together with veteran free agents, and they finally find one. And it kind of is in the unconventional way because he was obviously an edge rusher and a special teamer with the Saints. And it was the Eagles who identified Vic Fangio and Howie Roseman. But they might have something there. Vic Fangio looking at him as an inside linebacker. So he's not quite a homegrown talent, but he's somebody that the Eagles have sort of molded into one of the game's preeminent linebackers in a year's time. And the defense isn't what it is without Zach Baun. He's not interchangeable. You pay, and the Eagles have proven that you pay for elite talent, for special players, and that's what they did. And they now have the centerpiece of the NFL's top defense coming back.
Andrew DiCecco's with us here, and of course, you did a daily DiCecco over at Inside the Birds. What'd you see from Baun back at training camp that many of you guys, yourself included, figured, hey, this is the guy here that's opening eyes at training camp? Remember, people forget they signed Devin White this offseason. I forgot that he was even here, but it was Baun and Dean that ended up allowing the Eagles to move on from White.
Yeah, it became very evident in training camp, and I can even go back and look at some of my observations, but you see the instincts, his ability to read and react, to grasp Vic Fangio's system. So his football IQ really stood out, and it helped him stand apart from some of the other challengers there. And so you grasp the mental side, and that's fine, but then when he was on the field and put in those situations, he very much looked the part, and his movement was – it didn't look like an edge player. It looked like an inside linebacker, like an off-ball linebacker. And it became apparent that, yeah, the Eagles might have something here. Now, there's no one that could have forecasted the season that he had, but seeing him go out there, he looked like a competent player, and then you see it in the preseason. And then, of course, everything came to fruition week 1 when you see him all over the field. And then it put everything into focus. Yeah, the Eagles are on to something here. And I think a lot of it all started, the foundation, the groundwork was all in training camp. And he has a lot of these inherent characteristics, which is why I don't view it as a one-year phenomenon. He has certain traits and characteristics that the Eagles molded, and they were able to accentuate that. And that's why you saw him be as effective as he was.
Andrew DiCecco, Football at 4. Earlier in the week, they released both Darius Slay, James Bradbury. Bradbury, not a surprise. He missed all of last year. But what about Slay and what that room might look like now with Slay? Would you bring Slay back? Do they have enough ammunition in the room without Slay? Give us kind of an overview from the decision to let go of Slay. What could be next there with him here or gone? Him coming back or gone?
So that was expected, and so was the James Bradbury one. But that's not to say that the Slay absence isn't going to create a pretty seismic void, because not only from on the field, because I thought that he had a really stellar campaign, probably his best as an Eagle, but from the locker room perspective, he is so well liked. He's someone who I think when you see how the younger players really respond to him, they look up to him. He's very much revered, and he leads in a different way. He's jovial. He's always upbeat. He jokes around a lot, but he's more of a mentor. Like, I think that a lot of what you see in the interviews and what you see on the field, you don't get to see how he handles Quinyon Mitchell or Cooper DeJean, who he calls both of those players his sons, and how much they look up to him and for advice, and how he helps the room with certain things. And I mean, I'm able to get these different perspectives from having talked to Slay himself, but also defensive backs coaches that are in the room with him, like Roy Anderson, the cornerbacks coach, or Christian Parker, the defensive backs coach. And so all those things, you take it into account, and still, for some reason, despite him providing and being a pillar of stability on that boundary, and it's been a revolving door for the Eagles prior to his arrival, he still doesn't seem to get the amount of respect that I expected a player of his caliber to get. It still seems like there's not a lot of love for Slay for whatever reason. But I mean, he's one of the best corners to ever wear an Eagles uniform. Both he and his wife have done a tremendous job in the community here in the city of Philadelphia, and he is a really good teammate and very well liked and beloved amongst his teammates. And that's going to be somebody that's not going to be easy to replace.
Now, are you writing off the possibility of him coming back here?
Yeah, this time feels, I don't know. I mean, this time feels a little bit different than the first time around. It seems like they have young pieces in place that they're comfortable moving forward with. They also have the possibility of re-signing Isaiah Rodgers, which before the Slay thing even happened, I put a story out on InsideTheBirds.com Monday morning that Isaiah Rodgers should have been a priority. And I think that he gives you an outside possibility. So does Keely Ringo. And eventually it's time to get those startup costs out of the way. And I think depending on what you do with Cooper DeJean, they may well leave him inside because he's so exceptional there. He's already one of the best players in the NFL in that role, that if you have a Rodgers or a Ringo, again, for the second consecutive summer, trading off, working with the first team, I think that there's a lot worse circumstances that the Eagles could find themselves in. Just feels like they're ready to move into the youth movement.
Let me get your take, Andrew, on what you would do with Cooper DeJean. Are you keeping him as a slot? This is going to be interesting because obviously you make more money as an outside guy. He's not up for a contract situation yet, but his agent might say, hey, I want my guy playing outside, corner. I don't want him in the slot. But what's the move here? Is he, in your mind, better suited to play outside corner or keep him as the nickel?
Well, the Eagles drafted him, scouted him, and still view him as an outside corner. But he's so exceptional at what he does playing inside that it takes a special kind of athlete. He has the length, he has the football IQ, the short area quickness, his ability to read and react, make tackles in the open field. He's kind of, let's not lose sight of the fact that playing nickel, at least in my estimation, is probably the most challenging position on the defensive side of the ball to play. And he's mastered it as a rookie. It's a starting position in today's NFL, and you're seeing number one receiver, you're seeing outside receivers, some shorter receivers that are inside. So you have to face the whole gamut, and you also have to be responsible for what all three levels of the defense are doing. You have to be mindful of being active in run fits. So there's a lot of responsibility that's placed on the shoulders of that position. And so I think he is wired to do that. And the Eagles also have a player in Keely Ringo who is still younger than Quinyon Mitchell. He has the ability to play on the outside. He has the length and the physicality and the play strength. And they also have Isaiah Rodgers as a potential fallback option as well. So I think that they probably should, and maybe right now for the time being, we'll keep him there at the nickel spot.
Talking with Andrew DiCecco for Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash. Becton, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat. As we get closer to Monday now, Andrew, this will be the last time we talk to you. Those guys might have new addresses by the time you're back. Give us your crystal ball for those three guys.
I think Milton Williams is gone. I think he's going to get a sizable payday. Josh Sweat the same way, and that's not a player that I would expect the Eagles to invest in anyway. Even as the season was winding down, just didn't seem like a move that they were going to make. Just because he was a player that he's not a dominant player, he's an effective player, and he would be having to be paid as if he was going to be the front of that pass rush group, and he's just not that kind of player. He disappears for periods of time. And then for Mekhi Becton, I think he's going to test out the market. I think there's going to be a lot of teams that view him as a guard, maybe a couple that view him as a tackle. I think that year in Philadelphia, he was able to kind of shake that stigma of the New York Jets. He experienced a winning culture. He got coached by the best offensive line coach in football, and he probably has a new perspective that I think is going to endear himself to prospective suitors out there. And so because of all that, I think that he's probably gone as well.
All right, there you go. Andrew DiCecco, Football at 4. A quick little breakdown on everything happening with the Eagles on a busy week for Howie Roseman. We'll see what he pulls out of his sleeve starting Monday when the free agent season opens. And, of course, the NFL Draft 49 days away. We'll be talking to Andrew about that right here on Football at 4. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
All right, Andrew DiCecco, Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, it is brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. So let's get back into some Eagles stuff, as you just heard. Quick breakdown there by Andrew. All the stuff that we're looking at. It starts with the Slay and Bradbury stuff on Monday, basically Monday, Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, you get the Barkley stuff. Then on Tuesday, you get the Barkley stuff. Wednesday, you get the Bond stuff. One, Slay out the door. You just heard what Andrew says. Maybe time to move on and kind of start the clock there for some of these other guys. Can Slay still play is the question. How many people out there think Darius Slay has more left in the tank and he can still play and that he should be a target to come back? I think that's number one. Number two, if Slay does not come back, who becomes the voice and the leader of that secondary? Here is how Darius Slay answered that question.
I won't be surprised if Reed and them guys like Reed can advance these guys. Reed being around me and a lot of other veterans that have been here before. And I'm sure he could lead that group the right way. So that's who I feel will be leading the group is if I ain't in that building is Reed Blankenship, because he's a great leader. You know what I'm saying? He is a great damn leader. If I'm not in that room, Reed Blankenship, will be a great, tremendous leader.
Okay, so it's pretty clear who he thinks the next guy up in that room would be. Reed Blankenship. If I'm not there, it would be Reed Blankenship. So that would be the answer to the question of if Darius Slay is gone, who is the leader of the secondary? All right, so it's Reed Blankenship. Next. Before he gets released, okay, he knew this was coming because he spoke to Howie Roseman. Here's what they talked about.
I know I'm way out of my prime, but still playing at an elite level. And me and Howie had a great talk. And he said the same, it's not that I can't play. It's just that, that's just part of the business. He just said we'll see how things shake out. And we will, you know what I'm saying? So possibly, he might spin the block back just like he did last time. And look, he spent the block back. A year, 2 years later, Super Bowl champs. So, you know what I'm saying? We'll see.
All right, so a lot there. He and Howie had a conversation. It's not that you can't play. Well, this is the business. So I'm glad that Howie said, listen, Darius, you just won us a Super Bowl. And he said, I can still play at an elite level. I may have lost a step, but I can still play at an elite level. And Howie said, the fact that Howie says to him, this is a business decision. This isn't, hey, man, you've lost a step. Now, I don't know. That probably is the way most of these conversations go. Hey, a player of that magnitude. But it sounds as if, like, Howie leaves the door open and Slay acknowledges that the door was left open. Let us do what we got to do and see if we can figure out where the chips fall at the end of all of this. Let me do my thing, and then we'll see what happens. But if Darius Slay is gone, who does he think is ready to take his place, not as the leader, but on the field?
I think they will try to get Isaiah, be aggressive to Isaiah to make sure he's ready to go for myself, because I think Isaiah can easily play, man. He can fill in the spot, you know what I'm saying, and hold his own.
All right, so he gave you the name, Isaiah Rodgers. So that's a pretty ringing endorsement for Isaiah Rodgers to say, hey, he can play that spot. He can play that role. He's the guy. He didn't say Kaylee Ringo. I saw Josh Jobe just signed back with Seattle, so he's gone. Eli Ricks, he didn't say Eli Ricks. He didn't say Kaylee Ringo. He said Isaiah Rodgers. If I'm not here, that's the guy there. So I thought that was a pretty big admission from Slay. Now, what about Myles Garrett? Does Darius Big Play Slay think maybe a big play edge rusher could be part of the Eagles' plans?
Losing definitely Josh Sweat is going to be a big issue, in a way, because he's been there 7-8 years and been one of the best pass rushers. So my thoughts will be if they don't find one in free agency or they don't get that Myles Garrett guy, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how they go afford him, but I know for a fact Howard can find a way to afford that man. So I won't be surprised if they get that done.
Wow. All right, so he says, I know for a fact Howie can afford that man. So even the players in that team locker room know the wizardry that Howie can get it done. That's a great feeling to have, is as a player, I know the man upstairs is doing everything he can to make this team better. That's what stands out to me, that the players are now saying it's Howie's season, essentially, right? I mean, they have acknowledged what the fans have acknowledged. So he says, I don't know how he's going to afford him, but if anybody can do it,
Right.
it's our guy.
And that's an amazing admission from a player to be like, it's one thing for us to talk about it. It's another thing for a guy on his own podcast, the Big Play Slay podcast, who we're playing the audio from, where he's saying, hey, man, I've talked to Howie, and if anybody can do this, it's that guy.
That guy. So how will Howie do this? Darius Slay says, hey, even if I'm not there, I'm very interested to see. Look, keep this in mind. I want to stress this too. The Eagles went to the Super Bowl 3 years ago with a pretty different defense. They were a ice skating rink away from beating the Kansas City Chiefs. Who knows if that's a better playing service? Now, that might not be the reason why they lost, but I would have liked to have seen that game played on a little better surface to get a better indication, because that night I don't think the Eagles played their best defensively.
Right.
And they had a really good defense that year in terms of sacking the quarterback, and they could not get to the quarterback that night. If they win that game, they lost that game 38-35. Think about that. They're a play or two away from winning that game. They don't win that game. Fine. They win this game. How Darius Slay talks about how interested he is to see how Howie now builds his next Super Bowl team.
I know how he is. That's how he's going to attack. He's going to make sure his O-line and D-line is very much taken care of, and everything else is going to have to fill in. So it's going to be great to see it, man. It's going to be great to see how he gets done. I know one thing about him. Like, he's going to get it done, and they're going to always be contenders again.
They're always going to be contenders again. I don't know how, but he'll get it done. Again, it goes back to the respect that he has for Roseman. And I think that is something that over the years, some people did not like Roseman, wanted him gone, thought that he was a problem. The players respect him, going all the way back to Jason Kelce. The moment I knew that the Eagles respected Roseman was when Kelce was in the Mummers uniform, blasted, drunk as a skunk, and the first guy that he gave credit to and called out during that memorable speech was Howie Roseman, that they put him in the broom closet. Kelce remembered that, and that told me they respect this guy. So, what do the Eagles do in the draft? What do they do in free agency? Darius Slay, show us your crystal ball.
But they don't get no kind of big name in free agency on the DN side. They probably most likely will draft a first round D-liner, DN. Because one thing about Howie, he's an interior guy first. You know what I'm saying? He want to beef up the D-line first because he believe, and I believe as well too, that the O-line and D-line set the tone of the team.
Well, he knows. Darius Slay sounds like a student of the Eagles and a student of the game. He knows the way the Eagles want to go. They want to go D-line. And I don't disagree with him one bit.
And really quick, Mike, the little news just came out. The Bengals are allowing defensive pass rusher Trey Hendrickson to seek a trade. Could you maybe get Hendrickson for maybe a little bit less collateral than Myles Garrett? Would you be happy with that?
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it made, obviously Joey Bosa got released last. We speculated about him a week ago, but Hendrickson, what kind of trade value there? Great player. Does he fit into this team a little bit better? Hendrickson, price-wise, put it this way. If you sign Myles Garrett, you're going to have to pretty much pay him to be the highest paid defensive end in the league. Do they want to find a guy who's willing to take less? And now that puts that level of player out there, a player who can help you but take less.
By the way, Rob Motti is reporting on X that he spoke to a GM last week about Hendricks' value, and he says the Bengals will want a first-round pick, but the asking price will be too high. And basically saying that it looks like they'll have to wag down because no team's going to want to give what the Bengals want.
Would you do pick 32 for Trey Hendrickson?
Yes. I think Hendrickson, like Garrett, they're both amazing human beings, and they fit the mold of what Philadelphia wants. I was listening to a lot of the Howie interviews last week, and he brought up multiple times, Mike, about how it's important to this organization. He made the suggestion, hey, if I bring my kids in the locker room, I don't want to tell them, hey, avoid that guy's locker over there.
Well, 53, you're going to have to avoid somebody. I'm sorry.
Howie says he won't compromise that.
You might not compromise it, but you might not know what you're getting into sometimes. Now, that being said, Trey Hendrickson's not that kind of guy. He is a listen, Trey Hendrickson went to Florida Atlantic, I think. One of those Florida schools, I think. Am I way off on that? I thought he went to FAU. I only think that because my cousin went to FAU. A couple of my cousins went to FAU.
He did go to FAU.
All right, so that I'm right on. He is 30 years old, but he had 17 and a half sacks the last 2 years.
On a trash defense.
We talked about Myles Garrett, had double-digit sacks every year of his career, 14 the last two. This guy had 17 and a half last year, 17 and a half the year before, 14, 13 and a half. Trey Hendrickson, he could get to the quarterback, and he might cost less. Would that actually – now, he's older, or they're the same age. One guy's 30. I think they're both 30.
Hendrickson, I think, is a year older, but he does cost almost $10 million less.
So, right, cost-wise, would you say, hey, you know what? I'd rather give up less to get Trey Hendrickson. Something to think about, everybody. Plus, Joey Bosa is now a free agent as well. It all starts Monday, the free agent season, and all the Eagles off-season coverage right here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Coming up, it's another edition of Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw is up next. Don't go away. Let's hear what the Nuggets have today. At 4:31 on a Thursday, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Time for another edition of Nick's Nuggets here. And they are brought to you today by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for plumbing, heating, service, installation. Call 609-390-3907, online, broadlees.net. Nick Earnshaw is host of the Shift podcast. He is the producer of The Locker Room weekends on 97.3 ESPN. And he is back with another edition of Nick's Nuggets here on the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN. Now, how many nuggets do you have today? I don't want to go long on a nugget if you got some in the chamber and then we never get to them.
I have 4 today. I have 4 nuggets I want to get to today.
Okay.
We'll keep them tight today. How about that? With our conversation.
Just for the people out there. I don't know the nuggets ahead of time. I don't know how many he's got. So yesterday, he only gave me 2, and I said there was more happening. He said, well, we spent so much time on the 2, I never got to the 3rd nugget. I'm hungry, man. I want a 4th nugget.
I know. Sometimes you got to put them in the fridge and recycle them the next day. But I got 4 today. 3 of them are fairly new. The 4th one's a little bit older, and we've been talking about it a little more, and we'll get in depth on that one, hopefully in the last couple of minutes of the segment. But we got to start with nugget number 1, and you talked about it at the beginning of the show. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, something I sent to you earlier today, and Darius Slay, they're having a little bit of a beef right now.
Yeah, I got a beef with you. What? I'm old, dude. You give me no context. You think I'm following C.J. Gardner-Johnson's Twitter beef with? I don't even know what I was like, what's this in reference to?
I know. It's the Gen Z in me. I assumed, and that was a bad job by me. Bad job by me on that. So here's what happened. Darius Slay has been, making the rounds on different shows, different podcasts, his own podcast, and he talked about leaving the Eagles. If he were to leave, who would be the leader? And I believe it was on his own podcast. Who would be the leader of the defense if he were to leave? And I'm paraphrasing, but he referenced Reed Blankenship as the next leader of the Eagles defense. He did not make a mention of C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Okay.
Now, was it the defense as a whole or the secondary?
It was the defense as a whole.
Okay.
He didn't specify, to say the least. Okay. So he brought up Reed Blankenship, and there was no mention of CJ And the fact that CJ saw this, and he's a very online person. He's on the X platform a lot, and online he streams, he makes music, all this type of stuff. He then responded with a series of tweets. Some have been deleted, some are still up there. And he was complaining, making reference to Darius Slay that he's also a leader, essentially. And some of the tweets are gone. They're tweeting and deleting, a lot of Twitter fingers here by these Philadelphia Eagles, especially in the secondary. Now, I want to read this one by Darius Slay because I find it very interesting that he then responds to CJ's complaints about him being a leader, essentially. And, when it comes to Johnson, he is somebody that, is very outspoken. He's very out there. He's very in your face, right? So with Darius Slay, he put this tweet out. He said, "We just won a Super Bowl together. I do not have no problem or hate towards bro. Reed is in our leadership council, which is why I said what I said. I would expect him to be the next guy up. It's nothing but love on my end if you really know me. Y'all have a blessed day. #world champs." That was Darius Slay's, essentially his response to CJ. But then this afternoon, you had A.J. Brown then get involved. And he starts tweeting and deleting. And he's bringing up, this is like high school, blah, blah, blah. And he was complaining about accounts on Twitter and Eagles fans, the very subsection of Eagles fans who magnify this. Overall, my point is, Mike, this would be the only downfall of the Philadelphia Eagles. And I talked about this with a buddy the other day, off air, not on the air. And I wanted to bring this point up because this is a very good Eagles team. They have a core that is intact for the next couple of years. The only way teams like this fall apart is with egos and nonsense like this. You can't be on Twitter complaining about who's the leader and who's not. The egos need to be put aside, and you got to get off the X platform. It's just ridiculous at this point. The fact that A.J. Brown's now getting involved, he has nothing to do with this. He doesn't need to be involved. He doesn't need to be tweeting, deleting. Nobody does. So it's best for everyone. Maybe just put the phone down, relax, and just knock it off at this point. Mike,
Yeah.
your thoughts?
I think I agree. Obviously, I think it's petty, petulant, ridiculous. I think that Big Dom basically went to both of their houses and said, yo, scrub it. Get it off here. That's enough. And the next thing you know, they were gone. All the tweets were gone from these guys. Even A.J. Brown was deleting stuff, right?
Yes, A.J. Brown was deleting stuff. Darius Slay's deleting stuff. I mean, well, here's the other problem. This is the problem I think you have with player podcasts. This is what happens. You go on all these shows, you're talking, something gets out, someone's offended by it, and then it turns into this big thing. We're tweeting and deleting. It's high, and I can't agree with AJ a little bit. It is high school level drama.
Yeah, I think AJ was taking more blame at the fans, though. That
yes,
they
he was.
take a side here. Like
right.
they start to pick a side of which guy they're now on the side of, and then they start to rip the other guy. And he's saying, you guys cause all this. It's not even like the media. You blame the media for this stuff, and he's saying it's not the media that causes the drama. It's you fans who pick a side and whose side you're on between Slay and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson I like Chauncey's like a guy who wants to be recognized as something that he's not.
Right.
I can't believe he gets thrown out of a game. He's this, that, or the other. I don't know. I mean, whatever. I like Chauncey Gardner-Johnson as a player. But then when someone doesn't call him the leader, he's like, how dare you don't call me the leader? Well, you got kicked out of the game because you couldn't control your emotions.
Well, I think CJGJ is a leader by a matter of fact. Seeing all the videos, the clips, the sound bites that we've seen throughout the year, I think he is a leader, and I think he made a massive difference on this team this past year, especially in the locker room. I think he is a leader, but you can't be a leader if you're going to go out and complain on Twitter. That's what drives me nuts here. Who cares what Slay said? Nobody cares.
Listen, if you are the leader, that everybody acknowledges and recognizes, that is well known. It's not like he might be the leader. No, you know who your leaders are. You know who the guys respect and turn to. And that doesn't mean you don't have respect if you're not the guy that's quote unquote named the leader, but you know who those voices are in the locker room. It's like when we had a town hall meeting here at work the other day. You get the same random people that ask questions, right? They feel like when the big suit guys say, who has a question? You don't want to be silence. Somebody has to be the guy who steps up, or the girl who steps up to ask the question. So that's the leader. There's your leaders, the ones that ask the questions.
Yeah, it's fine. It's just, what are you going on
Just for
Twitter?
the record, I'm not the question asker.
I figured you were not asking questions. I figured that.
My staff is small. And a lot of them work remotely, so they're not here for me to represent.
Right. Here's the thing. He shouldn't be complaining, going to Twitter and crying about it. I mean, that's as simple as that. You don't see Jalen Hurts. So there was another podcast that Darius Slay went on. He went on 18 different shows, it feels like, in the past 2 days.
I know. I said I was upset that Josh didn't get him on our show.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we could have gotten him. I mean, come on, Josh.
Saying yes to everybody else.
Yeah. But he goes out and he's talking about the top quarterbacks, the elite quarterbacks, doesn't name Jalen Hurts. You don't see Jalen Hurts going on Twitter and having Twitter fingers and complaining about it.
Right.
So
you think Jalen Hurts
relax.
cares one way or the other?
And that's my point.
Darius Slay mentioned him among the others. He's like, dude, how ridiculous
and
is
that's
this?
my point, Mike. CJGJ should not be getting on Twitter complaining about it. You don't see others doing it. You gotta just sometimes zip the lip a little bit and just be like, all right, he didn't want to name me as a leader. I'll go out there and show him next year. That's what he should have did. But to each their own. That's CJG's way of handling it. Tweets have now been deleted, and that's where we're at with it.
Well, the one that you sent me was like, oh, you brought a vet in here when I was gone, and all that guy did was get you whacked in the wild card round. I was like, well, what's that in reference to?
I gave you no context. Bad job by me. I thought you were following CJGJ all night last night. That's my bad.
No.
All right. Nugget number 2. We got to move along. I want to stick with the Eagles a little bit because I want to talk about someone who got released by a team today. That's Javon Hargrave. Okay. Another former Eagle defensive lineman in Javon Hargrave. So I wanted to pose this question to you, Mike Gill, and the audience out there. Which would you rather prefer a reunion with? Which former player? Javon Hargrave or Hassan Reddick? If you had to choose between the two, you were going to have a reunion between both of them. Javon Hargrave or Hassan Reddick, which would you prefer Howie Roseman to bring back to be a Philadelphia Eagle? Mike, what's your answer?
Good question. I was always a Reddick fan. I really liked him. I thought he was a difference maker, 18 and a half sacks when he was here. The next year, though, there was a lot of talk about him kind of fetching sacks, that he was kind of going off on his own, improvising because he was trying to, this is an interesting conversation because what I talked about the other day is the Eagles went to Barkley after he had 2,000 yards and said, hey, here you go. Here's the money based on the season. Congratulations. Where Reddick had 18 and a half sacks, the Eagles didn't go to him and say, hey, here you go. Here's some money. And Reddick, I think, got criticized a lot because he was kind of chasing sacks, and people said that's why people were running all over them because he was, So could Reddick be trusted to come back here? Does he know the error? Does he understand the errors of his ways? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I would probably go Reddick too, because you're probably going to need to replace Josh Sweat. You're probably going to need to replace Milton Williams too, so you could go either way. But I think Reddick still has more left in the tank. He made an error trying to get out of Philadelphia and asking for that contract. That was a massive mistake by Hassan Reddick. I think it cost him a lot of money by doing that. When he thought he would get him more money, I think it cost him a lot more than he realized. But I would very much welcome back a Hassan Reddick reunion if I'm the Philadelphia Eagles. You show you take care of your guys, and that's what the Eagles have done. Hassan Reddick wasn't taken care of by Howie Roseman because he looked at the age, he looked at where Hassan Reddick's trajectory would go and what happens to defensive linemen. So now you could probably get him a little cheaper anyway at this point. And then he'd probably want to come back because, listen, he's from the area, Temple guy from South Jersey. I think this is a reunion that's meant to happen, especially if you lose Josh Sweat, Mike Gill.
Yeah, that's why I say it makes some sense. If you lost Sweat, you replace him with Reddick, and, Reddick's a guy. Well, last year, he missed some time, so it's hard to get a read on what he did last year. I don't think he did very much when he did play with the Jets, so it's not like he, missed time and then came onto the scene and just came in and it was like gangbusters. In fact, he had 1 sack last year in 10 games. So, this is like the Le'Veon Bell thing. He missed a whole year, came back, and basically was insignificant. Now Reddick's going to be 31 years old. That's not all that attractive either. Hargrave, another guy, a little older. I still think might have rotational ability in him. Both guys, I think, have some questions. And by the way, my overall answer would be I'm passing on both.
I know you would pass on both, but you got to, if you had to pick one, if you had to pick one.
I said I did. I picked Reddick.
That's
but
what
if you said I would pass on both.
All right. I think for rotational value, both have been here before with the Eagles. I would take a shot on at least one of those guys so you can have them in the rotation, keep guys fresh. And that's what the Eagles have done in recent years. And they're still very young on that defensive line, give you some veteran leadership there as well. I'd go with Reddick as well.
Well, I don't know that you're getting leadership. That's the problem. I don't know that you're getting leadership.
You're getting experience. I should rephrase it. You're getting experience. How about that? Is that better?
That's different.
Better word.
That's different.
Better word. Better word there. I gotta use better vocabulary for you there, Mike Gill. All right, let's move along. Nugget number 3, and this was reported by Kyle Neubeck. So this was fascinating to me because here's the thing. The 76ers have had an awful year. Okay, everybody knows that. It's been terrible. But there's a little bit of positive news heading into next year. They were sending out emails to their season ticket holders for next year, etc. And they made a reference to the uniforms that they may have next year. And these are the Allen Iverson era unis that everyone is kind of floating out there that they might come back with. Mike, we know you're a big uniform buff. You love talking uniforms. Are you ready for the Allen Iverson era unis, the black unis, to come back?
This is the best decision the Sixers have made in the entire season. The uniforms that they've been throwing out there, these city edition things, not one of them have I really liked.
Whoa! You didn't like this year's? This one might have been one of the best years I thought this year with the Spectrum. I love this year's.
the Spectrum blues and whites were the best of the lot of bad ones.
Okay.
You had
All right.
the Boathouse Rose ones that stunk. You had the gray ones when Jimmy Butler was here.
They were
that
bad.
looked like Rocky Balboa in a gray pair of sweatpants jogging down Broad Street. They were awful. You have the red ones. I don't like those. Yeah, I haven't liked any of the Sixers uniform city things. The black Allen Iversons is the best decision that the Sixers made all season long.
Yeah, I'm loving this. These uniforms were awesome. Awesome. I would love to get, I don't even know, whose jersey do you get next year? You got to get Maxey, right? I mean, that's the only one you can really
Maxey
get.
or McCain.
Or McCain. You can't get McCain. That's true. Other
You
than
get
that,
Maxey, McCain. Well, Embiid's here for another 3 years, or like.
I mean, if you don't have an Embiid jersey at this point, I mean.
Well, I'm saying, do you want a Embiid Iverson era jersey?
I think I'd probably.
If you don't have an Embiid jersey by this point, but you don't have an Embiid Iverson era jersey.
It's true. I can't go Maxey again. I already have 3 Maxey jerseys. So, I mean, there's that.
You just proved the point, though. You have him in 3 different.
Yeah, but I can't get him again.
Maxey?
I can't get another. You can't get another one. I already have 3 of them. 30, 3 in my closet, Tyrese. I have to go McCain. I think I got to go McCain, right? You got to go McCain. You got to go with the guard. You got to go with a guard here.
You just walked right into why you would get the Maxey, because all your other ones are Maxey. You would just keep getting Maxey.
I guess. I know. Maybe I'll have you have a variation of Maxey at this point with all the different uniforms they have. They have had like 18 different uniforms in the past years, but some of them I disagree with you though. This year's were great. They had those 70 era from the 70s. Those ones were pretty good. I like those. The Boathouse.
One's that? Oh, the white ones. That said, I didn't like the 76er font was weird.
See, you and your uniform takes. I mean, Mike Gill versus uniforms. I mean, that's got to be studied. Your takes on those are just brutal. You hated the Phillies. You hate the Eagles, Kelly Green. At least you like these black era uniforms from the Sixers. At least you got this one right.
I design our baseball uniforms.
Oh.
And that's what keeps them coming back.
I'm sure.
Love the uniform.
I'm sure. I guarantee if you let me take that.
Kids love the uniforms. The kids love the. Why would I let somebody else take it? It's here every year. We love the uniforms. We sell out of them. We sell out of the hats. We sell out of the jerseys. We sell out of everything.
All right, you got to send me what your uniforms for your baseball team look like, because I might need to take over this whole operation and get it varied up a little bit.
We're not hurting. We're selling out of them. We can't upgrade. We don't ever have enough because the demand is so high.
All right. I'll give you credit there. But with the Phillies, you don't want to sell the Kelly Green. You hate the Kelly Green. It's the most popular jersey in America.
I said, to me, it represents losing. That's all. That's what it means. It represents me an era of losing. That's why I prefer the midnight green, which is when the organization turned the corner and became a different level. The Kelly Green era for me was a losing era. It's not the color or the look as much, because I don't have one that I like more than the other. If they're both the same and I'm separating them, one reminds me of losing. The other one reminds me of when the organization turned the corner and became a winning organization.
I'm just going to throw it out there. They are undefeated since they've brought him back in those uniforms. Just saying. A Super Bowl win in those uniforms, I mean, it would be absolutely incredible. All right, before we go, I want to get final nugget. Your thoughts. Rob Thompson putting out the lineup today. Bryce behind Trey. How much do you like it?
Oh, I wrote about this February the 10th. If you go to 973ESPN.com, I wrote the article, 5 spring training questions. My lineup was exactly the lineup that Rob Thompson, I don't know if it was Rob Thompson, but that the organization wrote today. It was player for player, exactly in the spots that I had them, 1 through 9.
Yeah, the organization, big time Sports Bash listeners, clearly, because, I mean, they got your whole lineup out there. Maybe we'll get my Schwarber back into the leadoff spot at some point. Probably by July, I guarantee Schwarber's back in the leadoff spot. But
did you like the lineup today? Did you like it?
It's fine. You know me. I want Schwarber in the leadoff spot. Just, it'll be me until July. I guarantee by July, you're going to see him back there.
By the way, Trey Turner hit leadoff for the Washington Nationals 2019. What was the result?
They won a World Series, Mike.
There
They
you
won
go.
a World Series. I'm just saying.
That's
Well, if you can put the lineup however you want, if they all go cold again in the postseason, they're not winning squat ever.
Real quick. Yesterday we talked about the Harper said he would have gone to the outfield if like a Pete Alonso or a first
Right.
baseman. Would you have signed Christian Walker?
Oh, yes. I like Christian Walker. I like Christian Walker a lot. I probably would have done that. Yes.
That was another right-handed bat that I was thinking about today that was available this offseason.
Yeah, he was. Christian Walker's a nice player. I probably would have moved Harper to the outfield for Walker.
Yep. All right. Well, there you go.
All right, that's the Nuggets. 4-pack. We got them all in today. 4-pack, Mike.
4-pack of Nuggets here on the Sports Bash. All right, there you go. Nick's Nuggets here every day on the Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, be a part of the show. And don't forget, download the free mobile app in the Apple Store, Google Play. It's free, all thanks to First Bank of Sea Isle City. Hey, let me tell you about my friends over at Game Day Men's Health, Egg Harbor Township. Guys, you know, it's happening. We're getting older. Can't fight it. Can't beat it off. Can't beat off Father Time. Can't do it. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or you want to feel your best, Game Day Men's Health is defining a new era in men's health. So you can beat Father Time. Game Day Men's Health is removing the stigma around ED and supporting weight loss, medical treatments, and vitamin therapy. Fast appointments, immediate results, and expert guidance so that you can beat Father Time. Their EHC office provides comfort, flat screen, TVs, zero fluff. Get stronger, get healthier. Here's the number, 609-365-7088. All right, 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It is a Thursday edition. I'm Mike Gill. What's up, everybody? Time for another edition of Rye or Sigh. Ryan Rothstein will join me in just a moment to break down everything that's happening. We've got so much going on. Sixers tonight. By the way, Sixers are making all the right decisions today. They're going back to the Iverson-era uniforms next year for some nights. And no Maxey, no George, no Embiid tonight. Well, Embiid's done for the year, that we know. All right, let's bring Ryan Rothstein in for another edition of Rye or Sigh right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. The Sixers are finally doing – this is the best decision they've made all year. No, they're going to the Iverson uniforms for games next year.
Yeah, it's about time. I mean, we've been begging for these uniforms since they left, MG. It's I guess it's a slight ray of sunshine in an otherwise dark, cloudy world right now for the Sixers, man. It's hey, but I did see this. You know, we brought up the number one pick and Cooper Flag a couple weeks ago. Right now, they have the sixth best odds in the draft lottery. So they are in the Cooper Flag hashtag capture the flag contest here. What do you think about that?
Yeah, they're not getting Cooper Flag. I mean, come on.
Why?
They're not going to be the worst team in the league.
They're the sixth worst right now in the draft lottery. Last year, Atlanta got the number one overall pick, and they had like a 3% chance.
Okay,
they weren't the worst team.
I don't like going in with a 3% chance. So if that happens, then great. But I'm not holding out hope to get the number one pick if I'm the sixth worst team. I got to be in the top three for me to get excited. I got to be one of the three worst teams in the league.
Right. The three worst all have the same odds to get the number one pick. Right now, they're 3 spots out of that. I mean, listen, right now, if you're looking for any type of hope, that gives you some hope. It's not outlandish or far-fetched, I think, to say that you have a chance to be one of the 3 worst teams in the league, especially if Maxey, George, and Embiid don't play another game.
It's possible. Yeah, I mean, fine. If they have a chance. I don't know that they're going to catch Washington's really bad. But when they changed the draft lottery, you're right. A couple of years ago, if you're one of the 3 worst teams, you have the same odds as the worst team and the second worst team to get the number one overall pick.
Right. So you don't need to catch Washington. They can not win another game as well. I mean, and even if you're the 4th, right, the top 3 has 14% chance, all the same. Yep. The 4th worst team has 10.5%. Right. So like even if you're 4th or 5th, your odds are not that much different than even the top 3. So the Sixers right now, it is not ridiculous to say the Sixers are legitimately in contention to get Cooper Flag.
I guess so. Yeah. I mean, I'm not quite ready to get excited about that yet. Not to mention Cooper Flag he has indicated he was going back to school.
It seems like right now, based off what everyone's saying, that all signs are pointing to him going to the draft. But, you know, until that day is actually official, I guess that's fair to say. But I think that's something to get excited about if you're Sixers fans. I think that's something to keep an eye on. Absolutely.
Listen, in this season, the way it's gone, yes, you can be excited about the potential of any pick in the top. This is supposed to be a good draft class. If you're in the top 5, you can get a player that should help you almost immediately. Yes.
Yeah. All right, let's stay with the Sixers. We'll move away from the draft stuff. But I saw that there's a lot of good conversation about Bob Myers. And, I don't know how much of this audio was already played that you already played today earlier in the show, but we can rehash it even if you did. I know Josh spoke with Scoop B, and I'm curious what you have to say. I have some thoughts on this, but Scoop B talked about Bob Myers potentially joining the 76ers. I wanted to play that audio if we have it. So here's Scoop B on Bob Myers in Philly.
A couple of weeks ago, I got a phone call by a very respected league fixture. Bob Myers and the Sixers do have mutual interest. So then as that person was talking to me, I said to them, well, what about Brooklyn? Because I had heard some things about Brooklyn, particularly with Sean Marks and just the direction of the team. And they said, yeah, that's interesting. That's cute. But I see Philadelphia growing steam as the season goes along.
Yeah, all right. So that one, I wanted to hear the other one where he's talking about the chances of Bob Myers actually coming to Philly.
Well, that's what he said. He said How about Brooklyn? They said, no, that's probably if it would be Philadelphia, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand. Listen, I like Bob Myers, but I don't really understand the thought process of bringing in Bob Myers to solve any of these issues. Like, I just, once again, I mean, I'm a Daryl Morey, I guess, defender a little bit, but I think the problems are not within the front office. I think that's actually been part of the problem is the turnover right now with the front office and the head coach and on the floor. I don't think another replacement is going to do this organization any good, I guess.
Yeah, I don't have any evidence that the team is like so disenchanted with Morey. Like, I don't think it's like, I don't get that feeling where they're like, look, 'cause this is the way I look at it. Everybody's mad because they gave Embiid the contract and Embiid got hurt. Okay, so people are over the Embiid, and then who gave him the contract? Why would you give him the contract? When you make a decision like that, the ownership makes that they sign off on that. So by firing Morey for that decision, you're essentially saying we gave you the okay and we were wrong. So now we're firing you. Like,
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like the Paul George thing, there was a lot of reporting that Josh Harris was one of the leading guys that got this done. He went and got Dr. J to go to kind of make the pitch with him. So that would be another reason for Josh Harris to say, like, I'm going to fire you for a decision that I was on board with. Now, if you said Morey had to talk Harris into both of these moves and he didn't want to do either one of them and that he really had to talk him into it, that's a different thing. But I don't have any indication that Josh Harris thinks that Daryl Morey has done a poor job. I think it's a lot of circumstantial stuff that you just can't really account for. But I think when you look at some of the things he's done recently, he drafted Tyrese Maxey. He drafted McCain. I think they like Quentin Grimes, and they think that they won that trade. So all these little ancillary things that Morey has done have worked out. It's the big moves that ownership is a part of that have kind of blown up in their face for this particular season.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you have a if you have a time machine, then that's all well and good. You can go back and say that the Joel Embiid extension and contract was garbage. Okay, fair. Easy to say now after how the season has played out. You can go back and take away the Paul George coming to Philly. Okay, fair. But that's easy to say now with how the season has played out. So I don't think anyone at the time of all these significant moves would have changed it. So it's easy to say now, but once again, you look at the core issues of this team. What are they? It's Joel Embiid. I mean, Bob Myers is a great guy. He shakes hands. He tripped and fell on Steph Curry, the greatest of all time. Like, I'm not taking anything away from Bob Myers, but what did Bob Myers do? I mean, Bob Myers got extremely lucky.
I don't think that's fair. What did Bob Myers do? He won 3 championships in Golden State.
You deserve credit for ending up drafting the Splash Brothers, who are the 2 greatest shooters in the history of the sport of basketball.
Part of the credit But that's part of the credit that you get. You don't just say
absolutely, but he didn't know. Like, he would say it himself. I've heard him say it on ESPN. Like, he didn't know that at the time. So, like, that's the point.
Well, then we don't give anybody any credit for doing the right thing. Well, that's asinine.
Saying, like, there wasn't any. He's not like Howie.
So why am I giving credit? Why would I give credit to Daryl Morey for drafting Maxey and McCain if I'm not going to give Myers credit?
You have to give him. But here, let me finish the thought. You always have to give these guys credit for drafting guys. But my point is there's such a big amount of luck in the drafts. We talk about this with Howie, with anyone else. My point is he's not like maneuvering the cap, doing all these crazy things, figuring out like a Howie Roseman type of transactional type of moves where it's obvious like this executive is unbelievable. There have been executives over time where it's like, wow, he drafted 1 or 2 guys he got lucky with. He didn't realize they'd end up being the greatest player in the history of the sport. Other than that, like what has he done, right? Like he hasn't ran any other organization. I am curious to see if he came to Philly or anywhere else, what he would do. I don't think he would have that success. That's my opinion.
Maybe. I mean, like part of it is uncovering talent that other people now. Yeah, he doesn't know that Steph Curry is going to turn into the greatest shooter of all time. He doesn't know, but part
Right.
of it is you do the homework to draft Klay Thompson
Sure.
in a spot that nobody else, thought of. He also drafted Draymond Green.
Yes.
That's another thing that he drafted a guy who, was in that spot. He brought in Andre Iguodala. That was a kind of a move that kind of put them over the top for one of their championships. By
Yeah.
the way, he signed Kevin Durant. That was a pretty big deal for them as well. I mean, so those
Yeah.
type of things there. He hired Steve Kerr, by the way, as the head coach. So that's something that he,
Mhm.
identified Kerr to be the coach of that team. And he had a lot
Yeah.
of other pieces that they don't get to seem like, he drafted, what's his name? Looney was a figure for that team. For those little
listen,
small guys.
He did a good job. I was a little bit hyperbole and dramatic with it, but I think my point is, like, let's not look at Bob Myers as the savior here for the Philadelphia 76ers. Like, he had a good run with Golden State. I think he also knew when to get he knew when to get out.
Well, I think he got out. Yes, he knew when to get out. I think one of the reasons why he got out is he didn't want to have to be the guy that broke that team apart.
100%. And he said that. He's come out and said that. Like, he didn't want to get rid of Klay Thompson. He didn't want to, he was too close to all those guys.
Yeah,
so,
I think he decided that I did not want to be the guy who pulled the plug on this thing.
which you can actually, you can hold against him, because what does a good executive do? Just because you're friends with those guys, just because you brought them in, just because you don't want to do something, let's see how you worked out of that situation. He didn't. He backpedaled and left. You can look at that a couple different ways too, I think.
I guess so. I mean, listen, the record of the Golden State Warriors during his tenure was 571 and 306. They won 56. They won 65% of their games. They won 4 NBA championships. Excuse me. They won 4 NBA championships, and they got to the NBA Finals.
73 wins. I mean,
so this guy was the architect of a 73-win team, a 67-win team, a 67-win team, a 58-win team, a 57-win team. Okay, if he's an opportunity that says, hey, I would be interested in your – it's the same with Morey. It's why you hired Morey, based on the success that he had. This guy's had more success. So to sit here and say – hey, I don't want the guy who has more success if he's willing to take the job, I can't get on board with that. And I like Morey. Listen, I'm not blasting Morey. I'm not saying that I think he's the problem. But if Bob Myers says he's already on Josh Harris's team, and if he's willing to say, I will put my focus and energy. Now, here's the thing. I don't know that Josh Harris wants Bob Myers to put his focus and energy on the 76ers. He's helping them with the Washington Commanders. He might say, I don't want you taking all the time over there to do that. Now, can he say, hey, can you consult with Daryl Morey? It's almost like being on Shark Tank and saying, I get 2 sharks now?
Right. Well, that's what I was thinking. I was like, if Bob Myers wants to come in and join forces with Daryl Morey, like, great. The more smart guys you have in the organization, the better.
The problem was this didn't work when the Sixers tried this before. When they brought Colangelo in to work with Hinkie was like, all right, I'm out.
Well, was that was more of the leagues pushing Hinkie out, wasn't it?
Well, not necessarily. They put Jerry Colangelo in to work with Hinkie, and then Hinkie said, okay, yeah, this isn't working, because they basically pushed him to the Howie Roseman broom closet and said, yeah, well, your ideas, they're no longer being listened to anymore.
Yeah. So, well, if it would be anything like that, then no, that wouldn't work. But if there was a mutual respect and understanding of maybe Bob saying, like, this is still your show, but I'm here to work with you, that's hard, though, because those guys both have big egos, both have done a lot in the league. You're right. I don't know if that would ever work. I just think if you're Josh Harris, you have to look at this and say, what is the problem here? What has been the problem here? And you're right. If you can get a guy with a great resume, no, I don't think you should ever ignore that or not entertain that. But what's been the problem, MG? Right? Like, is Bob Myers the solution? You already have a great executive.
Listen. You have a great executive, but has a little bit of a checkered, the whole thing with Harden, do people view him as, hey, I don't want to play for that guy? Is that something that follows him? Bob Myers doesn't have that. There's no question about it. People will say, I want to play for that guy. I definitely, it's almost like the Eagles with Howie Roseman now. If you have that guy that people say, hey, I know that guy is going to do right, I'll consider them. You might have. I'm not saying a big population.
It's fair.
But you might have some people that say, I just don't trust because I'm on Team Harden.
Right. No, it's fair. That's fair. I know there has been, and I've listened to other podcasts over the years and different players and former players, having their thoughts on Daryl Morey. And they weren't the nicest thoughts in the world.
Right. And by the way, again, Bob Myers won 4 championships. He was the architect of 4 championship teams. So it's kind of hard to sit here and say, and listen, he built them up from a 47-win team, a 51-win team, a 67-win team, a 73-win team. And by the way, the 73-win team didn't even win the title. They won
they lost.
The one year they lost, then they won, then they won, then they lost, and then they won another one, after Durant left.
Yeah.
So he built another team.
And they might win this year. They might win again this year. I wouldn't bet against them.
There's a good bet right now that Golden State and the Lakers might be the two. I mean, I like Oklahoma City a lot. I think Oklahoma City is a team that went the process route. They basically tanked, and they got it right. This is what we talked about a couple of years ago. Like, a couple of weeks ago, would you do the process again? Yes, because the percentage that you would get every move wrong, like the Sixers did, is so hard to do, it's almost impressive. Golden State has gotten almost every single pick right, which is almost hard to do.
Yeah, but, that goes back to the question of what's the current issue. And it's simple, and this can be implied in any sport, but obviously in the NBA, one guy is the difference between a championship and not a championship. It's that guy, right? Like SGA is a worker. He's playing every night. He wants to win a championship. He's helping set and build that culture. Joel Embiid came into the league hurt, sat for 2 years, and his legacy is going to be he's a sitter. And so you have to be able to pick the right guy to build that championship contender. And the 76ers, their biggest flaw, their fatal flaw was Joel Embiid at the end of the day. And that's the difference is can they get a guy in here that can be that culture setter? And that's everything.
Yeah, listen, Embiid, the fact that his body has failed him over and over again is all part of the narrative. No questions asked. And I don't know how any executive or anybody changes that. Nobody can fix that part of his issue.
No, well, I think you're right. But if you have to look for blame, you should have never drafted him. The guy sat the first 2 years of his career. That was the problem, right? So there was an inkling that this could have happened. Like, it's not like
the funny part about that, though.
How did we get here? The dude sat his first 2 years. You knew drafting him. He was a 7-footer, heavy, that had chronic
he wasn't
injury
heavy he wasn't heavy when they drafted him.
You're right. He was skinny.
Yeah. But by the way, the interesting part about this is he sat for 2 years, but the injury that he sat for has never been a problem for him.
Yeah, his foot.
That foot that he had the problem with, and by the way, he was only supposed to sit 1 year, and then when they did the surgery wrong, they had to redo the surgery, so kind of not his fault again, but that injury has not been his problem. And if you remember, he broke that foot, then he had to get the surgery again on the foot. He has never had that foot problem since.
Yeah. Well, he's had so many injuries, right? I mean, now it's been the knee, I guess, the past
right, but
2
the
times.
the irony is it's never been that foot, the one that kept him out for 2 years.
Right.
And listen, Ben Simmons sat out the whole first year. That was an injury that was no fault of his own. He stepped on someone's foot, broke his, ankle or whatever, and then he never played that first year. Now he turned into I don't know, what do you want to call him? I mean, he just went AWOL. He was a nut. He turned into a nut.
I don't know if there's a word in the dictionary for Ben Simmons yet, but he's a decent player right now with James Harden dropping 50 last night. But I don't know, man. Like, there's so many different roads that you can go down here. I think you do have to get lucky. That is the overall message, but that doesn't mean you take anything away from guys like Bob Myers, Daryl Morey, and even OKC.
Right.
Yeah.
If we're going to sit here and say, hey, Maury's done a good job at finding guys, I think you have to also then, I mean, because he didn't know that Jared McCain was going to be good, or he didn't know
No.
that Tyrese Maxey was going to turn into this level of player. But you don't know, but you take those guys based on the research and
Sure.
and what you did. So there were other teams that passed on. Klay Thompson and Steph, which by the way,
Draymond,
all
Sean
those
Livingston.
guys.
I mean, there's been a lot of guys role players that have been key, integral parts of Golden State. Sure.
Absolutely. And look, he made some interesting trades over the years. He brought in a guy like Iguodala, and like I said, you had guys like Looney who turned out to be a nice role player for that team. Like those guys that didn't get the accolades because they were just the other guys on a team that had Curry and Green. For years, it was Curry, Green, and Thompson, and then everybody else was just like, okay, and then when they added
moving parts,
Durant in 2016, that really changed the dynamics.
Yeah, I just when I look at, and it's different for every GM, every successful front office person, but I look at what Daryl Morey's done, and I think it's almost one of the most overlooked, impressive situations over the past 3 years that no one talks about, because at the end of the day, the Sixers have been a dumpster fire. But you look at every situation the Sixers were in, and all of us were saying they're not going to get out of this. From the Al Horford contract to the Ben Simmons situation to like you can go point by point, and you're like, wow, how did Daryl Morey get out of this?
Was it Chandler Parsons who said that the Sixers at least have a light at the end of the tunnel as opposed to like Dallas and so? And I think you responded to him and said, "What are you talking about?" But do they have a light at the end of the tunnel?
The Sixers, do they have a light? Right now, I can't see it. I think that's what I responded. I was like, Chandler, show me, dude, please.
Anything that has to do when the answer is Joel Embiid, that's where you have to say, I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's the answer. I think the light is how I started this conversation, which is they're top 6 in the draft lottery right now. But, Dallas at least has Kyrie, right? Like Kyrie has shown us more.
Yeah, not now. Well, I mean, he's got this injury. I mean.
Yeah, but that's what Chandler said. He's like, Dallas and Philly, both with star players who are out for the season, they have a light at the end of the tunnel. I can't see it right now, man. I'm colorblind, I guess.
He also, by the way, I know that Wiggins wasn't the player that many people thought he was going to be, but that was a pretty big trade for them as well when they traded for Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Listen, you have that core 3, which is not easy to get, but you had to fill that roster around that core 3 almost every single year, and they were able to do that.
All right, Ryan Sigh here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, you can watch the show live on the 97.3, on the X platform at Mike Gill Show and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. Like, subscribe, and watch the show there. All right, we'll do it again tomorrow.
Thanks, man.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I mean, listen, if you told me that Bob Myers wanted to come and take over this team, I can't sit here and say I'd argue with you for as bad as this season has been. Now, I'm not sitting here blaming Daryl Morey, but he has been here for when they hired Morey in 2020. I mean, you're going on 5 years. The team has not gotten out of the second round. I'm not blaming him particularly for that, and I think Morey's done a solid job. I think he's done a good job of, I think when he got here, he had to untangle the web. Well, you've untangled the web, and now it was your turn. It's almost like when a college coach comes in and he's got the previous coach's recruits. You get like 3 years until your recruits kind of filter through and the other guys go out the door. And here we are. This is his team now, and this team's a disaster. Now, it's through really no fault of his own that they become a disaster because of the injuries, but it is what it is. So is Morey the problem? I wouldn't go that far. If Josh Harris has to make a decision on changing something, is he the fall guy? Well, it's either him or Nurse. There's not too many ways you can go here. And I don't know that either one of them is going to be gone. if I had a bet, it'd probably be Nurse at this point. I think he has more trust in Morey than he does Nurse. Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. All right, we're going to fire up the text board. We haven't done a lot of text messages today. Let's hit that up right now. 609 403 0973. 609 403 0973. I got 3 questions I want to throw out there to you. 1, give me something you want to see Howie Roseman do. Is it bring back one of the players that are free agents here? Is it trade for somebody? Is it sign a particular free agent? Give me one thing you want to definitely make sure Howie Roseman does. All right, that's 1. 2. So one thing you want to see from Howie Roseman. 2, the Phillies lineup today. Is that the lineup that you want to see this season? The Phillies lineup today, is that the lineup you want to see this season? And then number 3 would be, in your mind, who gets the Sixers blame? Who gets the Sixers blame? Those are the 3 things I want to hear from you. 609 403 0973. We're answering your text messages and commenting on that coming up next. 5:32, Sports Bash on a Thursday night. Today's dragging, man. Slow day. What's up out there? Where are all the people at? 609-403-0973. You know, the Eagles signed Barkley earlier. Then they signed Zach Bond. It's almost like you were waiting for that big move today. Like, where's the big move today? Right? What do you want to see the Eagles and Howie Roseman do now? What's the one move you are like, oh, man, I hope they do this? Is it bring back one of their own players, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, Mekhi Becton? Is it bring back one of those? Is it make a big trade? Is it be a player in free agency? I don't think they're going to be a player in free agency in any stretch of the imagination. Now, could they go and do like the ancillary stuff, right? They could do like the little stuff like they did a couple of years ago where you get like a LeGarrette Blount, Chris Long, Patrick Robinson. That, to me, would probably be more in line with what they do in free agency. But what's the one thing that you hope they're going to do? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Let me know on that. I do want to quickly, all right, before we read off some of your text messages, 609-403-0973. I'm going to just read off. These are the top 100. I'm not going to read all 100, but these are the top 100 free agents for this free agent cycle that starts on Monday. Our Eagles offseason coverage here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It is all offseason long. We have the Eagles covered. And I will take a look at some of the names here, all right? I'm going to read the top 10. And I don't think you're in play for any of these guys, but I'll just read them off. Ronnie Staley's an offensive tackle. You're not in play there. DJ Reed, 28 years old. If you let Slay walk. Now, I think the money will probably be ridiculous, but okay. I mean, if they said, hey, we're going to bring DJ Reed in, you cool with that? Chris Godwin, I would say probably absolutely out on that. Sam Darnold, obviously not. Josh Sweat, do you bring him back? Milton Williams, do you bring him back? Khalil Mack, I'm going to stop at Mack because I have seen enough social media smoke around Khalil Mack. So we'll start there. Anybody interested in bringing Khalil Mack in? Man, this is a guy who's gets to the quarterback. I mean, he would be your version of Brandon Graham, older guy, still anything left in the tank. He'll be 34 years old. So any interest in bringing in Khalil Mack on a late, I talk about in 2017, Chris Long, LeGarrette Blount, Patrick Robinson. That this Khalil Mack to me would be, he's not getting a long-term deal at 34 years old. So does Khalil Mack say, I want to get the ring one time, and I've heard great things about Philly. That's where I want to end my career. Is he a guy that Howie Roseman should have interest in?
I think you absolutely should have interest in. I don't know. I'm not 100% sure if he's leaving the Chargers fold or not, because I know there's speculation that he could just return to the Chargers because of them letting Bosa go. But listen, I definitely think that if he's available, you got to have, at least explore the potential of it, because he is a guy who, like you said, you're not asking him to come in here and be your best player. You're asking him to be a part of a bigger puzzle. And I think that a guy like him could be a very good piece of a larger puzzle.
Hey, 6 sacks, 41 pressures last year. So he still showed that he can get it done. Now, he'll be 34 entering this season. I think as a rotational edge guy, you kick the tires and see.
My mind always goes back to, remember when DeMarcus Ware left Dallas and went to Denver? And listen, was he prime DeMarcus Ware anymore in Denver? Absolutely not. But was he still very impactful? Yes, and they won a championship.
All right, so these are the top free agents available. I'll quickly go through the top 5 again. Ronnie Staley, DJ Reed, Chris Godwin, Sam Darnold. The 2 Eagles, Sweat and Williams, are ranked 5 and 6. Khalil Mack is number 7. So think about that. He's the number 7 free agent. So that tells you 2 things. One, it's not a very good free agent class. And that's not a knock on Mack, but when you got a 34-year-old edge rusher as the 7th best free agent in the class,
it's top heavy.
Yeah, you're saying that you are not getting an impact player that's changing the franchise.
And really quick, how many teams, if it was a better free agent class, might pursue certain players? But now, if you're a team with a top 10 pick, right? There was a bite we played from Adam Schefter about a week and a half ago where he said, the players from 10 to 35 in the drafts are all about the same. It's the players that get drafted in the top 10 are going to be the mainstays. So there's potentially, let's say, 9 or 10 teams that are looking at free agency and saying, yeah, I might be able to get a better player in the draft than free agency.
No doubt. I mean, and listen, cost. Everybody tries to keep their costs down, except for the Eagles, who pay everybody. Except for the Eagles. Shavarius Ward, if you let Slay go, would you be interested in Ward? He's going to be 29 years old. He's not is he better than bringing Isaiah Rodgers back? I don't know.
I don't know if Ward is necessarily that much of an upgrade over Rodgers. I kind of feel like that's like the difference between a Honda and a Toyota at that point. Like it's like more like a preference.
Yeah. All right. Javon Holland's a safety. Probably no. You don't need another safety. Joey Bosa. He's going to be an interesting one. He's 30 years old. A lot of injuries.
A lot of injuries, especially the last few years.
Yep.
They were documenting that last night about how, like, Bosa's, like, first 3 years, he was, like, a monster, and then the injuries happened.
Yeah.
It's just, like, kind of, like, fizzled.
No doubt. I think the injuries would scare me off too much unless he took a total one-year prove-it deal.
Yeah.
Trevor Moring was a safety that, by the way, a couple years ago that a lot of people wanted the Eagles to draft.
Yeah.
And he is 26 years old. Problem is you don't really need a safety. Cam Robinson, no. Dre Greenlaw, okay. That is out the window now because you just signed Zach Bond.
Is it, though?
Oh, I think so.
I mean Jacoby Dean, we don't know when he's going to be back next year. So
but you're not spending the kind of money on two linebackers.
True.
I think you bring back Oren Burks now.
You see, okay, so you're going down the Oren Burks route. Say, okay, I got Bond.
And you're hoping Dean comes back, week 1, 2. I mean, somewhere around there. Maybe he misses 1 or 2, but I think you're hoping that Dean comes back. Oren Burks, you won a Super Bowl with, and he'll be a local. You're not spending Greenlaw money.
Okay.
My opinion. Greenlaw's going to be looking at the Bond deal and saying, I probably should get more than him.
Or does the team say, no, you shouldn't because
or in
Bond
the
had a better
ballpark.
year?
Ballpark.
So like if Bond, his minimum is going to be $11.33 million, Greenlaw is what? You're talking about 12 to 14?
I'm sure he's saying, hey, I've done it longer than that guy.
Gotcha.
I've done it more consistently.
I got a bigger resume.
Nuggets brought up an interesting question today. Hassan Reddick is on the list. Would you go back down that road?
Nope. Not at all.
Yeah, I think I'm that. I loved Reddick when he was here. I love the move when they signed him. I didn't love when they traded him away because I didn't like what they replaced him with. But
I didn't like what they replaced him with, but I do think that the reporting that we haven't really talked a lot about because it kind of like got reported in the middle of the season was apparently the Eagles let Reddick go in part because he became a disgruntled guy in the locker room. And he might have been part of the problem at the end of last season.
Oh, no, we've talked about a lot of that. One of the reasons why the Eagles traded him was they thought there was a lot of reports that they thought he was hunting sacks and that he was just disregarding the defense. I soured on him with him sitting out, getting traded, sitting out over there. And then, I loved him when he was here. I thought he was awesome for the first year. I didn't think he was nearly as good the second year.
Yep.
And I would pass on him. Byron Murphy, another corner, younger guy, 27 years old. I mean, again, if you're letting Slay walk, which they released him, do you like spending money on Byron Murphy or just sticking with Isaiah Rodgers?
I would say if you are looking for depth, maybe Murphy is a guy that if he's not going to be too expensive, maybe you tell him, hey, come in here and maybe compete for a job.
That's tough. He had 6 interceptions last year. A guy who's going to say, I had 6 picks last year. You're going to tell me I have to compete for a job?
True. I look at guys like Murphy and Ward, and I just wonder how much are they products of the teams they're on.
Here's what I'll say about Murphy. He has played in the slot.
Yes.
He's played outside and the slot. Do you say, hey, 27-year-old, guy who's played both. Now we can look at DeJean and
On
on
the
the
outside.
outside, which I'm not a big fan of. But now you have a guy that can do both. You have DeJean who can do both. You have Murphy who can do both.
I think you're right, though, that he's probably going to look for bigger money. He's probably going to get it from somebody else, just because when the league has a lack of two positions more than any other: offensive linemen and cornerbacks.
All right, a couple more free agents. Let's see. Devontae Adams, wide receiver. You don't need to go down that road. Carlton Davis, another corner. Nick Bolton, he would have been a guy that I would have been interested in had Bond walked.
Right.
Now I think
I think Kansas City's going to get him to come back.
yeah, he's priced himself out, though, of your range
Out
for
of your range,
Philadelphia.
yeah.
Yep. Russell Douglas, I would imagine, he's
Returning
been all
engagement.
over the place. He's been all over the place, Douglas. And it seems like everywhere he goes, he seems to
He's productive everywhere he goes.
yeah, he's a physical big guy. But I don't think he's 30 years old now, so I don't think that works out. You're looking at, let's see, Malcolm Kuntz, the edge rusher from the Raiders, 27 years old, didn't play because of injuries. Can you get him on a prove-it type of deal because of that? He was a guy who had 8 sacks, 29 pressures in 2023, and if you feel like he's healthy, could you get him in on a kind of a, hey, show us. You were hurt last year. Come to a team that won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I definitely think you have to consider a guy like that, because not just because of what you said, because of the injury last year, but because he's a guy coming in the free agency that I don't even think a lot of people even know who he is. I think a lot of teams have to do homework on him to realize again what his potential even is. So maybe a team like the Eagles say, come here, showcase, go back to free agency.
27 years old. Yeah, he would be the kind of guy that would. So he would be one guy that fits the Howie mold.
Yep.
Guy that was hurt, that was productive, coming off of an injury, come here and prove it.
Yep.
And if you do that, now there's bigger money waiting for you.
Exactly.
So keep that name handy, everybody. Malcolm Kuntz is the edge rusher from the Raiders. He is 27 years old. Let's see. Now, Becton is number 26 on the list. We talked about him earlier. Did the Eagles prioritize him and say, we want to bring you back before you get to Monday, the legal tampering? Asante Samuel Jr., another corner. He's had some injuries too. He had that, what do you hurt, his shoulder or something last year?
Yeah, his shoulder. But he doesn't have an injury history, though. It's just more like a injury that derailed what was looking to be a very good season.
So any corner now becomes kind of in the conversation, but I think Rodgers is higher on the list because he's going to be cheaper than all these guys.
He's going to be less expensive. He's also your guy. He knows the defense already. I'm sure there's a little bit of Fangio and Howie's here saying, this guy knows what I want.
Another guy is, you're taking a look at, I'm trying to find a young player that is coming off injury or something like that. Those are the kind of guys that I think Howie generally likes to go after. So, right. Keep that in mind when Monday gets here. We'll go through this list a little bit more tomorrow. Chase Young, there's another guy. Chase Young, 26. I think he's been a little bit of a disappointment. Not a little bit of a
He's been much of a
major disappointment.
Major.
Yeah. He's been all over the place. Washington, San Francisco, New Orleans, and now he's a free agent again. It doesn't seem that there are any interest in bringing him back there either. All right, 546.
I was going to say, I'm not interested in him either. I'd rather have Kuntz than him.
Me too, but he's the kind of guy that maybe you say, hey, this guy had a lot of potential. Can I get him here cheap? That kind of stuff. That's what they generally try to find, those high draft picks that had talent, get them here, and maybe we get more out of you. Hey, I want to tell you about my friends over at Nizam's Indian Restaurant, Route 40, Egg Harbor Township. It is South Jersey's best Indian restaurant, and they welcome all sorts of events. They can do catering service. They can reserve tables or book the entire restaurant. You can host a private party or a corporate event, and now they've got a lunch buffet, and they're open 7 days a week. Try out their fan-favorite dishes, the chicken tikka masala, butter chicken, naan bread, and many vegetarian dishes as well. They're open 7 days a week from 11:30 to 9:30. It is the number 2 ranked best restaurant in New Jersey. TheNizams.com for more information. Bet365 play of the day is coming up next. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Get you out with the Bet365 play of the day. Let's see how we did last night.
Not too good, Mike.
Come on.
You went 0-2. OKC and Memphis ended up being a low-scoring game. And Pistons, well, they did not cover against Clippers. So you were now 120, 85, and 1.
All right, 120, 85, and 1. You know, I think most people will take that, right? You in on that?
Sure.
120, 85, and 1.
It's almost 40 games over 500.
Yeah, that's a lot of money. I don't think anybody does that. Any of these guys. Nobody's going 40 games over 500.
I don't know anybody.
I don't either. Here we go. Tonight I got Michigan State minus 6.5 against Iowa. The Fighting Cooper Flag. Cooper DeJeans. I like the Sparty tonight.
Wrong
6.5. Minus 6.5. And I'm going to go Atlanta, Indiana Pacers over 247.5.
You said 247?
That's the number. And they are my Bet365 plays of the day.
How are you feeling about Michigan State this year? I'm hearing a lot of buzz about them right now.
Yeah, 24 and 5. Hey, listen, I'm always big. I like Izzo. They're good. This is a team that has a lot of upperclassmen. They're
You see,
kind of a
Izzo is
veteran
now the
team.
all-time winningest Big Ten coach in men's basketball history.
He's been there forever. You know,
Broke Bobby Knight's record.
Yep. Yeah, I like that team though. There's a team I wrote about them for one of the betting sites that I write for, and that's a team that's got a lot of upperclassmen that that I like teams that have veterans come.
Veteran experience.
Yeah. Yep. They're good. No, it's a good team. You know what else is good? Florida.
Florida with that win last night. That was a pretty big win.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people haven't been paying a lot of attention to them. They're good. St. John's is actually legit.
I think Florida actually clinched a double bye in the first round of the SEC tournament.
Well, we'll have all the conference championship matchups coming up on 96. You believe it's that time of the year already?
Let's go.
Yeah. Auburn, Duke, Houston, Tennessee. They're your top 4. Florida, though, with the upset. I like St. John's. Another team I like Iowa State. I like that team. We'll get more into the college game maybe deeper into next week. That's all I got for tonight, everybody. Have a great rest of your Thursday. Game night's up next, followed by the Sixers. The Flyers are over on our sister station, Rock 104.1.